Chapter 713. Feng Xiang's Death. Zhuowen. Be careful, this person is the #1 genius of the Feng family, Feng Yong. He is extremely strong and once challenged Huangfu Wuji. He lost to Huangfu Wuji in one move and is ranked 8th on the Green Emperor list. The black-clothed youth took a step forward. Behind Zhuowen, Lv Itao's face slightly changed as he quickly explained. Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian did not stop him. Feng Yong and Zhuowen were both juniors. As the older generation, they should not interfere. It would not be good if they were accused of bullying others. Moreover, Zhuowen was not weak, so Lu Hantian was not worried about Zhuowen. Feng family's Feng Yong. Nodding, Zhuowen's eyes focused on the black-clothed youth in front of him as a cold smile appeared on his face. He. Since you know my name, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Feng Xiang, and break one of your arms. Feng Yong indifferently glanced at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's performance in the Peach Blossom origin diagram was amazing, in Feng Yong's eyes, Zhuowen's strength was not even worth mentioning. After all, he was one of the top 10 existences on the Green Emperor list. He had his own pride, so how could he look down on Zhuowen? With Feng Yong standing up for him, Feng Xiang's courage also increased. He stared at Zhuowen and sneered, "Zhuowen, this is the result of provoking our Feng family. Now that big brother Feng Yong has spoken, kneel down and apologize to me. Do you think a piece of trash like you has the qualifications to talk nonsense in front of me?" Zhuowen indifferently glanced at Feng Xiang. With a wave of his right hand, a bone spear appeared in his palm. With a step, Zhuowen rushed towards Feng Xiang like a hurricane, his speed reaching the extreme. "How dare you attack me in front of me?" Zhuowen's sudden attack instantly shocked Feng Xiang, causing Feng Xiang to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Feng Yong even roared furiously and blocked in front of Feng Xiang. His right hand suddenly punched out, and terrifying origin energy converged into countless strong winds that were extremely formidable. "My target is not you." Just as he was about to reach Feng Yong, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly. He formed a seal with both hands and 3 pairs of lightning wings instantly sprouted from his back. His speed instantly soared to the extreme. It was as if he had teleported and dodged Feng Yong's attack. Not good. Before Feng Yong could even react, Zhuowen had already disappeared from his sight. When he finally reacted, his expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived in front of Feng Xiang. His expression was extremely cold as he stretched out his right hand to grab Feng Xiang. At this moment, Feng Xiang's face was pale. Seeing Zhuowen's hand coming towards him, he gritted his teeth and took out a defensive spiritual treasure from his spiritual ring. "It's useless." Zhuowen shook his head. His right hand smashed onto the defensive spiritual treasure. The golden light exploded, and the defensive spiritual treasure was directly shattered into countless pieces. Feng Xiang was directly lifted up by Zhuowen in his hand as if he was lifting up a little chick. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen carried Feng Xiang and retreated dozens of steps. The moment he retreated, the ground where he was originally standing collapsed, and a huge crater was formed. Feng Yong stood in the crater with a gloomy face. "Zhuowen. Let go of Feng Xiang." The veins on Feng Yong's forehead bulged as he fiercely said. Right in front of his eyes, his men had actually been caught by Zhuowen in such a blatant manner. He, Feng Yong, had lost all his face. At this moment, his heart was filled with monstrous rage. Zhuowen completely ignored Feng Yong. With a flick of the long spear in his right hand, Feng Xiang's remaining left arm was cut off at the shoulder. Blood spurted out wildly. "You still want me to kneel down and apologize?" Zhuowen stared coldly at Feng Xiang. Every word he said was as cold as the dead of winter. "No. I don't dare any more." Zhuowen, let me go. I will kneel down and apologize to you. Please don't kill me. Feng Xiang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and regret. He clearly knew that Zhuowen was a maleficent star. Why did he still provoke him today? If he didn't find Zhuowen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He regretted it. Zhuowen. I told you to let go of Feng Xiang. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Feng Xiang's arm cut off, Feng Yong's face was extremely gloomy. This Zhuowen in front of him was too arrogant. He actually dared to cripple a member of the Feng family in front of him. The surrounding people also noticed the commotion, especially when Zhuowen cut off Feng Xiang's left arm in front of Feng Yong. Many people had strange looks in their eyes. You want to attack me now? Feng Xiang is in my hands. If you attack, Feng Xiang's life will be in danger. Holding Feng Xiang in his left hand, Zhuowen faced Feng Yong with a mocking smile. Big brother Feng Yong. Don't attack. This Zhuowen will really kill me. Feng Xiang rolled his dead fish eyes and kept struggling in Zhuowen's hands. He knew that if Zhuowen dared to cut off his arm, then he would really dare to kill him. If Feng Yong really acted rashly, then he would definitely die. You know that we are from the Feng family and you still dare to attack us. I don't believe that you dare to kill Feng Xiang. Feng Yong coldly snorted. The Feng family was one of the 5 great families. In the entire imperial city, it was considered an extremely powerful force. He didn't believe that Zhuowen would kill Feng Xiang. After all, if he killed Feng Xiang, he would create a deadly feud. The surrounding people also looked at Zhuowen with great interest. They also didn't believe that Zhuowen would really kill Feng Xiang. After all, creating a feud and creating a deadly feud were 2 different concepts. If he didn't kill Feng Xiang, the conflict between Zhuowen and the Feng family could still be resolved. However, if he killed Feng Xiang, it would create a feud that was basically impossible to resolve. Feng Yong was very confident that Zhuowen would definitely not dare to kill Feng Xiang. Therefore, he didn't have any scruples. He directly rushed towards Zhuowen with a step. It seems that my words are nothing to you. Shaking his head, Zhuowen suddenly clenched his right hand. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then, the originally lively Feng Xiang's neck tilted to one side. He had actually stopped breathing. Killed. Zhuowen actually killed Feng Xiang. The surroundings were silent, so silent that it was frightening. Everyone's gaze was focused on the completely dead Feng Xiang in Zhuowen's hand. No one said a word. Feng Yong was also stunned. He also didn't expect that Zhuowen would really kill Feng Xiang. Moreover, it was right in front of him. After a moment of daze, Feng Yong's heart was replaced by a towering rage. You actually dared to kill him? Feng Yong suppressed his anger and said. The one who killed him wasn't me, but you. Didn't I just say that if you dared to move, Feng Xiang would be dead for sure? You didn't listen. Instead, you wanted to attack me. You forced me to kill him. Zhuowen's eyes gradually turned cold as he casually threw Feng Xiang's corpse at Feng Yong's feet. No one can live after killing a member of the Feng family. You must die. As he spoke, Feng Yong suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. A terrifying aura surged out of his body like a wild beast, crushing towards Zhuowen. Peak of the ultimate 7-Will Emperor realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The moment Feng Yong's aura surged out, Zhuowen could feel that Feng Yong's aura was no weaker than Huangfu Wuji's. He was also at the peak of the ultimate 7-Will Emperor realm. However, I don't necessarily fear you. Zhuowen licked his lips and stepped forwards. A similarly terrifying aura surged out. Then, spear intent erupted, forming a domain of spear shadows around his body. At this moment, Feng Xiang's right palm was covered with a red light as it smashed towards Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen stepped forwards and the bone spear in his right hand flicked upwards. The sharp spear tip instantly collided with Feng Xiang's right palm. Ding! The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out. The two figures froze for a moment before a terrifying energy surged out from between them. The ground beneath their feet completely cracked open. Dang dang dang! The two of them retreated at the same time. Zhuowen retreated 10 steps while Feng Yong retreated 5. It was clear that Feng Yong had the upper hand in the exchange just now. After all, Zhuowen had just broken through to the early stage of the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm, while Feng Yong was already at the peak of the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm. The difference in strength between the two was quite large. It was already inconceivable that Zhuowen could force Feng Yong to retreat. Early stage of the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm. He has even grasped the power of concept. Feng Yong's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he steadied himself. This Zhuowen in front of him was also an Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm martial artist. What was even more unbelievable was that this boy had comprehended the power of concept that martial artists yearned for even in their dreams. Early stage of the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm. In Muqin County's team, Luo Xing, Lv Tao, and the others were also shocked. Luo Xing had just said that Zhuowen's strength was at the peak of the Ultimate Six-Will Emperor realm. How had it become the early stage of the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm? In the heart of darkness, Zhuowen has broken through again. After calming down, Luo Xing finally found the most reasonable explanation. However, although this explanation was the most reasonable, Luo Xing still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. It had only been 3 months since they had entered the heart of darkness. In such a short period of time, Zhuowen's cultivation had actually broken through. This speed was a little too fast. On the other side of the square, Huangfu Wuji and Grant Lily, who had been watching, both frowned at the same time. Zhuowen's display of strength at the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm had also surprised the two of them. No noise or fighting is allowed in front of the throne room. The two of you immediately follow the team and leave this place. A loud shout suddenly came from the front. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Jin, was dressed in silver armor. He rode a large horse and quickly arrived between Zhuowen and Feng Yong. His face was filled with indifference. Feng Yong glanced at Li Jin with some fear, then looked coldly at Zhuowen again. He said, "Count yourself lucky this time. When the ranking battle begins, your luck will not be as good as it is now. You should be the one with good luck. Otherwise, if you, Feng Yong, lose to me, your reputation will definitely be ruined. At that time, you won't be able to lift your head up anymore." Zhuowen retorted sarcastically. "Nonsense. You're full of nonsense. Although you're also an Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor realm practitioner, you're only at the early stage. So what if you've grasped spear intent? The difference between your cultivation and mine is too great. When the ranking battle begins, I want you to kneel and beg for mercy." Feng Yong fiercely threw down these harsh words, then left the square with the members of the Feng family. Since the commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Jin, had appeared, the two naturally could not fight. Chapter 7:14. Forbidden Area. As soon as Li Jin's words left his mouth, the people who were watching the show all dispersed and left the imperial city. When the Grand Family's group passed by Zhuowen, they suddenly stopped. At the front of the group, Grand Lily stared at Zhuowen with a cold expression and opened her red lips. "Zhuowen. You were lucky in the peach blossom origin diagram to escape with your life. However, your fate will not change after the ranking battle begins." After saying this, Grand Lily followed Grand Haohai and left the imperial city, no longer paying attention to Zhuowen. Or rather, Zhuowen was not worth her attention. Although Zhuowen's cultivation had broken through to the Ultimate Seven-Will Emperor stage, in Grand Lily's eyes, it was still not enough. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he watched Grand Lily leave. His eyes were filled with coldness. This woman was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Zhuowen hated such an attitude. In addition, Grand Lily had chased after him in the heart of darkness, causing him to be forced to fall off a cliff and narrowly escape death. Zhuowen would not let this matter rest so easily. Zhuowen. Looks like you have quite a number of enemies. You have offended Feng Yong and Grand Lily. A rather mocking voice suddenly came from the front. Zhuowen turned his head and saw Guosheng, who was carrying a large saber on his back, walking towards him with a mischievous smile. Guosheng was beside an old man who also carried a large saber on his back. This old man's eyes flashed like an eagle, extremely frightening. He was the extremely famous Heavenly Sovereign Tyrannical Blade in the Imperial City. This Heavenly Sovereign Tyrannical Blade was extremely strong. His cultivation was slightly weaker than Lu Hantian's, but he was also a terrifying expert who had comprehended the concept of perfection. If Heavenly Sovereign Tyrannical Blade and Lu Hantian really fought, it would be hard to predict who would win. At the very least, Lu Hantian would not be able to do anything to Heavenly Sovereign Tyrannical Blade. Guosheng. Looking at the grinning youth with a large saber walking over, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. This Guosheng was a martial arts maniac. When he first saw that Zhuowen had grasped spear intent, he had insisted on exchanging pointers with him. It was during that spar that Zhuowen's spear intent had been successfully perfected. It had directly advanced from elementary spear intent to advanced spear intent. Speaking of which, Zhuowen still had to thank this Guosheng. You're improving really fast, kid. It's only been a while since we last met, and you've already advanced to the ultimate seven-will emperor realm. You're really a freak. Looking at Zhuowen curiously, Guosheng couldn't help but shake his head and mutter to himself as if he was looking at a rare antique. Ha! Even if I advance to the ultimate seven-will emperor realm, I'm still no match for you. Zhuowen said casually as he shrugged. Guosheng had a straightforward personality and was rather one-track minded. Compared to those scheming people, Zhuowen had a very good impression of Guosheng. Of course. You and I have both grasped the power of concepts, but your cultivation is lower than mine, so it's normal for you to not be my match. To tell you the truth, this time I came here for the top 5 rankings of the Blue Emperor Proclamation. Guosheng wasn't modest at all. He casually patted Zhuowen's shoulder and laughed. However, your strength is also quite good. You should be able to deal with that Feng Yong. Seeing Guosheng's rascally appearance, Zhuowen helplessly shook his head. However, Guosheng was truly strong. Although his cultivation was the same as Huangfu Wuji and Feng Yong's, the saber intent that he had grasped far surpassed theirs. There was a high chance that he could enter the top 5 rankings. Brother Lu. Your Muqin County's Zhuowen is quite a good seedling. He'll definitely enter the top 10 rankings of the Blue Emperor Proclamation. Empyrean Tyrant Blade laughed as he stroked his beard. Of course. This little boy Zhuowen is my brother. If my brother isn't fierce, then who is fierce? Lu Hantian wasn't modest at all as he accepted Empyrean Tyrant Blade's praise. His rascally appearance was even better than Guosheng's. Empyrean Tyrant Blade didn't know how to respond, and could only awkwardly smile. Zhuowen. I wish you good luck. I look forward to your performance in the ranking tournament 3 months from now. I'll be leaving first. After exchanging some pleasantries, Guosheng cupped his hands towards Zhuowen and the others, and then followed Empyrean Tyrant Blade out of the Imperial City. Let's go. At this moment, besides the geniuses of the Imperial family, everyone else had already left. Lu Hantian and the others didn't stay any longer, and also left the Imperial City. On the steps in front of the throne room, Huangfu Wuji and Huangfu Wuji stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the departing Muqin County group. That's Zhuowen. His strength is quite good, and it's said that this boy has grasped spear intent. Second brother, are you confident that you can deal with him? Huangfu Wudao held his hands behind his back, his face filled with an unfathomable expression. When one's strength reached Huangfu Wudao's level, he basically didn't place other geniuses in his eyes. Although Zhuowen's strength was good, Huangfu Wudao simply didn't place him in his eyes. If it weren't for the grudges between Huangfu Wuji and Zhuowen, Huangfu Wudao wouldn't even pay attention to such a minor character like Zhuowen. Huangfu Wudao was very confident, even to the point of conceit. He didn't even place the second-ranked Morong Zhan in his eyes. The only thing he cared about was entering the Divine Academy. He wanted to become even stronger, because only the strong could control everything. He liked the feeling of being able to turn his hand and change the rain. Humph. He's nothing but a clown. Once the ranking tournament begins, I will definitely trample this boy under my feet. Huangfu Wuji's eyes narrowed as he coldly said. This Zhuowen is just a minor character. Second brother, what you need to worry about now is how to enter the top 5 of the Divine Academy. There are many powerhouses this time, so your chances of entering the top 5 are a bit slim. Grand Lily has already broken through to the 8-Will Emperor realm. Her chances of entering the top 5 are very high. As for that Guosheng, he also has a chance of entering the top 5. As for you, your chances aren't too high. As Huangfu Wudao spoke to hear, he deliberately paused and turned to stare at Huangfu Wuji. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Second brother. Big brother has placed great hopes on you. If you can't even enter the top 5, then don't blame big brother for being impolite." Feeling the killing intent in Huangfu Wudao's eyes, Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank and his body couldn't help but tremble. He knew that if he couldn't enter the top 5, then Huangfu Wudao would most likely kill him. Huangfu Wudao's status within the royal family was extremely high. Although Huangfu Wuji was the second prince, the difference in status between him and Huangfu Wudao was enormous. Even if Huangfu Wudao killed him, the Azure Emperor wouldn't blame him. This was because in the Azure Emperor's heart, not even 10 of him could compare to Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was the genius with the highest hopes of entering Excellent Divine Academy. Once Huangfu Wudao entered Excellent Divine Academy, with his talent and the teaching strength of Excellent Divine Academy, Huangfu Wudao would at least reach the Empyrean realm. He might even become the second emperor powerhouse of the Azure Profound Empire. I ask Big Brother to show me the way. Huangfu Wuji knelt down on one knee, no longer holding back. Although he was confident in his own strength, entering the top 5 was still a bit difficult. Thus, he could only ask Huangfu Wudao for help. Don't you still have 3 months? Use this time to rush into the forbidden area. If you can smoothly pass through the forbidden area, then you can definitely break through to the 8-Will Emperor realm within 3 months. Huangfu Wudao lightly said. Forbidden area? Huangfu Wuji's complexion changed. The forbidden area of the royal family was filled with countless dangers. There were very few martial artists that could survive. Even Huangfu Wuji didn't have much confidence that he could pass through the forbidden area. Oh. It looks like you don't dare. If you want to enter the top 5 this time, then that is simply wishful thinking. Huangfu Wudao licked his lips and cruelly smiled. Huangfu Wuji's eyes flashed. He clenched his teeth and said, I will enter. This time, I must break through to the 8-Will Emperor realm. As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji directly stepped into the throne room behind him and quickly disappeared. Excellent Divine Academy. Huangfu Wudao didn't move. He only quietly stood on the steps. He slightly raised his head and muttered to himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. At night, the sky was filled with stars. The imperial capital was brightly lit. Within a pavilion of the intoxicating spring pavilion, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. He flicked his finger and a ball of light several feet wide appeared in his hand. This was the nascent soul that he had obtained from the underground river. When Zhuowen had absorbed half of the nascent soul's energy, he had smoothly broken through to the 7-Will Emperor realm. Thus, the nascent soul hadn't been completely used up. The remaining half of the nascent soul is extremely rich in energy for you. If you want to completely absorb it, it should take about a month. At that time, your cultivation will at least reach the late stage of the Seven-Will Emperor realm. Just as Zhuowen was staring at the nascent soul in his hand, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. If I can reach the late stage of the Seven-Will Emperor realm and have a higher level of spear intent, then Feng Yong won't be my opponent. Zhuowen nodded and said. Kid! Quickly put away the nascent soul. Someone is rushing towards your room. This person's strength is terrifying. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice in his mind became urgent and even a little fearful. Zhuowen's eyes trembled. To be able to make Xiao Hei so flustered, this person must be terrifying. He quickly put away the nascent soul and unconsciously took out the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. He cautiously looked around. Who is it? Don't be sneaky, come out quickly. Zhuowen shouted in a probing manner. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, a surprised voice came from the roof of the room. Kid, your 5 senses are quite sharp. You can actually detect my presence. Zhuowen was shocked and quickly raised his head. Suddenly, he saw a figure on the beam of the roof. This person was somewhat stooped and wore a bronze mask. He looked extremely strange. It's you. Zhuowen recognized this person. He was the guard of the Burning Heaven sect Saintess, Mu Shui. His strength was unfathomable, and Zhuowen couldn't see through him. However, Zhuowen was a little puzzled. Why did this person come looking for him? He didn't seem to know Mu Shui. This old man is just giving you something on behalf of my young miss, Qiu Lao said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out from his fingertip and drilled into Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen looked at it and saw a 7-colored crystal quietly lying in his palm. It emitted a strange 7-colored light. Whoosh! After handing over the 7-colored crystal, Elder Qiu glanced at Zhuowen indifferently before disappearing from the room. Chapter 7:15. The Chase. This is a Rainbow Soul Essence Stone. Just as Zhuowen was wondering about the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone in his hand, Xiao Hei's shocked voice rang out in his mind. Whoosh! A wisp of black light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and turned into Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei stood on Zhuowen's palm and carefully examined the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone in his palm. Zhuowen did not disturb Xiao Hei. From Xiao Hei's behavior, Xiao Hei probably had some understanding of the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone. It is indeed a Rainbow Soul Essence Stone. Xiao Hei sat on Zhuowen's shoulder. Her dark little face was filled with surprise. Xiao Hei, what is a Rainbow Soul Essence Stone? Zhuowen asked curiously. Kid! You really picked up a treasure this time. This Rainbow Soul Essence Stone is good stuff. It is said that the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone is a strange stone that fell from the sky when the Heavenly Armor Continent was created. This kind of stone was not very rare in the ancient times. However, as time passed, the number of 7-colored Essence Soul Stones became fewer and fewer. Even in the ancient times, the 7-colored Essence Soul Stone almost never appeared. After hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen also knew that the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone was extremely rare. However, what puzzled him was the specific function of the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone. Perhaps it was because she saw the puzzled look on Zhuowen's face. Xiao Hei chuckled and said, the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone contains extremely rich essence energy. This essence energy is extremely beneficial to the spirit of a cultivator. To martial practitioners, the 7-colored Soul Essence Stone only strengthens their spirit, energy, and soul. But to arcana masters, the essence of the 7-colored Soul Essence Stone can allow your mental power to break through a major level in a short amount of time. It can be said that it is a treasure in the eyes of an arcanist. At this point, Xiao Hei's eyes revealed a trace of blazing light. Break through a large level. This can't be true, right? Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. Xiao He was talking about a large level, not a small level. In other words, Zhuowen's mind power had already reached the level of 4th grade great completion. However, if he absorbed all the essence energy of the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone, his mind power could directly break through to 5th grade completion. This was directly jumping a large level. No wonder Blackie said that the 7-colored soul stone was a precious treasure to Arcana Masters. It could actually help Arcana Masters break through a major realm. The cultivation of the mind was far more difficult than the cultivation of martial arts. Every high-grade Arcana Master was over 50 years old, and some of them even had white hair. Young high-grade Arcana Masters were very rare. Zhuo Wen's mind power had reached the complete 4th grade at his age, which was already extremely heaven-defying. If he relied on the 7-colored soul essence stone to directly break through to the complete 5th grade, it would definitely shock countless people. This Rainbow Soul Essence Stone is actually so precious. After listening to Xiao He's introduction, Zhuowen also realized how precious this Rainbow Soul Essence Stone was. The Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect actually gave such a precious treasure to him. This made Zhuowen somewhat puzzled. Boy! It seems that the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect is interested in you. Otherwise, she would not give this Rainbow Soul Essence Stone to you, hee. At this moment, Xiao He stared at Zhuowen with a mischievous look. Zhuowen could not wait to give this guy a slap. The Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect is called Mu Shui, also surnamed Mu. Mu Qinshue's surname is also Mu. The two must have some relationship. Perhaps Mu Qinshue asked Mu Shui to give this to me. At this point, Zhuowen's heart moved, and he became more and more certain that this Mu Shui and Mu Qinshue had an unusual relationship. What you said makes sense. I'm afraid that Mu Shui and Mu Qinshue's relationship is not simple. Maybe this Mu Shui is Mu Qinshue's alias, or maybe this Mu Shui is Mu Qinshue. Xiao He stroked his chin and said casually. Creak. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and his fists involuntarily clenched. It was as if 1,000 waves had been stirred up in his heart, and he was extremely uneasy. And in Zhuowen's mind, the gaze that Mu Shui looked at him with appeared many times. That gaze was familiar, and that Mu Shui had a different attitude towards him time and time again. Mu Shui is Mu Qinshue. Hurriedly putting away the Rainbow Soul Essence Stone, Zhuowen suddenly pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. Boy! Where are you going? Seeing Zhuowen's anxious appearance, Xiao He asked in surprise. To find Big Brother Han Tian. Why are you looking for that old beggar? Let him bring me to the Imperial City. I want to see Mu Shui. Zhuowen answered Zhuowen's question as he ran. Mu Shui was in the Imperial City, and the Imperial City was heavily guarded. It was impossible to enter the Imperial City without permission. Zhuowen knew that only Lu Hantian had the qualifications to enter the Imperial City. Not only was Lu Hantian powerful, but the Azure Emperor also valued Lu Hantian greatly. If Lu Hantian brought him into the Imperial City, the Azure Emperor would not blame him. In the Imperial City, in a rather luxurious pavilion, a graceful woman wearing a light veil stood quietly in front of the window. Her beautiful eyes were like the starry sky as she quietly looked at the starry night sky. Whoosh! A figure cut through the void and instantly landed behind the veiled woman. This person wore a bronze mask and respectfully knelt on one knee behind the woman. Elder Qiu. Has the 7-colored soul essence stone been delivered? Mu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed as she softly asked. It has been delivered to Zhuowen. But miss, that 7-colored soul essence stone is a treasure that can suppress the cold poison in your body. If you give it to Zhuowen like this, what will happen to you? Elder Qiu frowned and said with a trembling voice. With my current cultivation, I can suppress the cold poison for half a year. If I can find the heavenly fire within half a year, I can cure the cold poison. There's no hurry. Mu Shui lightly said. Miss. It's not like you don't know how rare the heavenly fire is. If it was in ancient times, it might be possible to find the heavenly fire, but the chances are too slim now. If you can't cure the cold poison, you'll die. Elder Chio's body began to tremble. He knew how terrifying the cold poison in Mu Shui's body was. If she wasn't careful, it could be fatal. The seven-colored soul essence stone was personally given to Mu Shui by the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect to suppress the cold poison in her body. With the seven-colored soul essence stone's suppressive effect, the cold poison would only act up after 10 years. But now, Mu Shui actually directly gave the seven-colored soul essence stone to Zhuowen. Without a doubt, she was handing her life over to Zhuowen. Within half a year, the cold poison would definitely act up. At that time, everything would be too late. Is it worth it for this Zhuowen? Looking at Mu Shui's indifferent eyes, Elder Chio's heart seemed to be dripping blood. The miss in front of him, who had always been as cold as ice, was actually making such a sacrifice for a man today. Elder Chio's heart was indescribably complicated. It's worth it. The seven-colored soul essence stone can only suppress the cold poison for 10 years. Elder Chio, didn't you say it before? Now that the heavenly fire is almost nowhere to be found, do you think you can find it in 10 years? In the end, my ending will be the same. I'm just bringing this ending forward. Mu Shui's voice was still calm, so calm that it was frightening. Elder Chio was silent. He did not know what to say now. He could only look sadly at the beautiful lady in front of him. With the seven-colored soul essence stone, Zhuowen's mental strength can be raised to rank 5 great perfection. In addition to the infinite sword formation on him, Zhuowen will have no problem entering the top 5 of the Green Emperor board. At this point, Mu Shui stretched out her slender hand. On her flawless wrist was a string of bells. As she waved her hand gently, the bells let out a crisp sound. Whoosh! A fiery red shadow suddenly flew over from the sky and stopped at the window. It was actually a vermilion bird. Elder Chio. We should also leave. Mu Shui said plainly. Sigh. Elder Chio shook his head helplessly and could only step onto the vermilion bird. Following which, a sharp bird cry sounded. The vermilion bird was like a small sun. It suddenly rose up, intending to leave the imperial city. In the throne room, the Green Emperor, who was sitting alone in the middle of the room, raised his head as if he sensed something. His deep gaze penetrated the roof as if he could see the scene outside. Mu Shui and Qiu Yan are leaving. The Green Emperor muttered to himself. Until now, he still did not know why Mu Shui and Qiu Yan had come to the Qing Xian Empire. In his opinion, their appearance was somewhat strange. At this moment, outside the imperial city, 2 figures were rushing towards the imperial city. One of them was young and had a delicate face. He carried a strange green coffin on his back. The other person was dirty. His clothes were ragged and his hair was greasy. He looked like an old beggar. The 2 of them were naturally Zhuowen and Lu Hantian, who were rushing towards the imperial city. Zhuowen found Lu Hantian and dragged Lu Hantian to the imperial city without any explanation. This made Lu Hantian a little confused. A high-pitched bird cry suddenly sounded from the imperial city. Following which, the vermilion bird, which was like a small sun, suddenly spread its wings and flew out of the imperial city. Its speed was extremely fast. Vermilion bird. Big brother Hantian, quickly bring me to catch up to that vermilion bird. Looking at the vermilion bird that was gradually flying away, Zhuowen was rather anxious. That's the mount of the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. Kid, are you planning to chase after the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect? Your ambition is really great. Lu Hantian also recognized the identity of the vermilion bird. He could not help but give Zhuowen a thumbs up and smile wretchedly. Zhuowen did not care about Lu Hantian's thoughts at this moment. He hurriedly said, "Big brother Hantian. Quickly bring me to catch up. Otherwise, it will really be too late. Since it's a girl that brother has taken a fancy to, I will help you no matter what. Kid, you have to suffer first." Lu Hantian did not waste any time. He directly lifted Zhuowen by the back of his collar and stepped on the ground. His speed soared to the extreme, and in an instant, he swept towards the vermilion bird that was gradually flying away. Towards the way Lu Hantian carried him, Zhuowen could not help but madly roll his eyes. This posture was too sullen. However, Zhuowen also knew that if he did not want to hinder Lu Hantian's journey, this was the best way. Therefore, he could only put down the discomfort in his heart and let Lu Hantian carry him. Chapter 7:16. The murderous Qiu Lao. The vermilion bird was extremely fast as it soared into the sky. It was like a shooting star in the night sky, dazzling and shining. "Miss. Zhuowen is coming." Qiu Lao stood quietly beside Mu Shui on the vermilion bird. He glanced behind him with hesitation in his eyes. The seven-colored soul essence stone was too important to Mu Shui. Now that it was in Zhuowen's hands, Qiu Lao wanted to snatch it from Mu Shui. However, he knew that since Mu Shui had given it to Zhuowen, he would not accept it easily. It would be a waste of effort to snatch it from him. Mu Shui's body trembled slightly. She slowly turned her head and saw the two figures standing on the blood spear dozens of miles away, especially the young man in Lu Hantian's hands. She could not calm herself down. "Miss. The heavenly armor continent is so big. We might have a chance to find the heavenly fire. The seven-colored soul essence stone is too important to you now. Why don't we tell Zhuowen about this and get the seven-colored soul essence stone back?" Qiu Lao said unwillingly. "Qiu Lao. Speed up and shake them off." Mu Shui turned around. His eyes regained their calmness as he quietly stared at Elder Qiu. "Miss. I am begging you. Don't treat your life as a joke. Is Zhuowen really that important? Is he worth you risking your life for him to succeed?" Qiu Lao roared sadly. "You don't understand. You have to listen to me," Mu Shui said coldly. Qiu Lao clenched his fists and stomped his feet. The vermilion bird below him let out a sharp cry and slowed down. "Qiu Lao, you!" Mu Shui said angrily. "Miss. I won't leave you in the lurch. I can't just watch you die like this. Zhuowen isn't worthy of you doing this. I will get the seven-colored soul essence stone for you." After Qiu Lao finished speaking, he instantly used his movement skill and disappeared from the vermilion bird. He went straight for Lu Hantian and Zhuowen. Mu Shui's face changed. She stomped her feet and a green lotus bloomed under her feet. She chased after Qiu Lao with Mu on her back. She knew how terrifying Elder Qiu was. He was a true sovereign realm expert. Zhuowen was like an ant in Elder Qiu's hands. He could destroy him with a flip of his hand. She did not want anything to happen to Zhuowen. Behind them, Lu Hantian stepped on his blood spear and carried Zhuowen in his right hand. As a peak heavenly venerate, Lu Hantian's speed had exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Even if Zhuowen used the 6 wings of wind and lightning, he would not be able to match up to 1,000th of Lu Hantian's speed. Even so, the distance between them and the vermilion bird was not shrinking. Instead, it was expanding. The vermilion bird's speed was even faster than Lu Hantian's. It was indeed a primordial beast with the bloodline of the divine beast phoenix. The vermilion bird is too fast. With my speed, I will be completely shaken off in half an hour. Lu Hantian frowned. The vermilion bird's speed had exceeded his expectations. It had reached such a terrifying level. Lu Hantian had used his full strength, but the vermilion bird had still widened the distance between them. Is there no other way? Zhuowen gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. There is no other way. The vermilion bird is too fast. Moreover, I do not have an advantage in speed. It will be very difficult to catch up to the vermilion bird. Lu Hantian shook his head and said helplessly. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. He also didn't expect that with Lu Hantian's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the vermilion bird. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to ask about Mu Qinshui now. The vermilion bird in front has slowed down. Lu Hantian suddenly exclaimed. His eyes lit up. Zhuowen looked over and was pleasantly surprised to find that the vermilion bird in front was indeed as Lu Hantian had said. Its speed had slowed down. Quickly catch up. Zhuowen said anxiously. Someone is coming towards us. This person is very strong. At this moment, Lu Hantian's face was extremely solemn. He was much stronger than Zhuowen. At a glance, he saw that the man with the bronze mask who was originally standing quietly on the back of the vermilion bird was rushing towards them in an aggressive manner. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and the figure instantly arrived within 10 miles of the two. Zhuowen finally noticed the figure that was rushing over, but when his gaze converged on the figure, he could not help but reveal a stunned expression. The person in front of him was a little stooped. He was wearing a bronze mask and had a vast aura. It was the mysterious person who had given him the 7-colored soul essence stone. Zhuowen. Hand over the 7-colored soul essence stone and die. At this moment, Elder Qiu's eyes were filled with rage. It was all because of this brat in front of him. Miss was willing to give up her life for this brat. This brat was unforgivable. As long as this Zhuowen dies, Miss will slowly forget about this brat. It doesn't matter even if Miss resents me. The killing intent in Elder Qiu's eyes intensified. The only way for Miss to accept the 7-colored soul essence stone again was to completely eliminate Zhuowen. Zhuowen's face went grim when he saw Elder Qiu, who flashed over with surging killing intent. He'd never imagined that this mysterious person before him that he'd never met would actually suddenly turn around and kill him, and it caused Zhuowen to feel slightly bewildered. You're not qualified to kill my brother. Lu Hantian snorted coldly. He let go of Zhuowen and stood in front of Zhuowen. He stomped his foot, and the blood spear under his feet became extremely thick. It broke through the void and shot towards Elder Qiu. You're only a heavenly venerate. You're not my opponent. Get lost if you don't want to die. Elder Qiu snorted coldly. He extended his right claw, and a terrifying power poured out. The surrounding space collapsed layer by layer, and the huge blood spear directly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood. An Emperor Realm powerhouse. Looking at the blood spear that was easily broken, Lu Hantian took Zhuowen and retreated. His pupils shrank as he stared at old Qiu and exclaimed. Since you know, then get the hell out of here. I won't kill you, but you must hand over the brat behind you to me, Elder Qiu snorted coldly. You want Zhuowen? Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes and continued coldly, so what if you're an Emperor Realm powerhouse? You want to snatch Zhuowen from me? No way. You want to do this the hard way. Get lost. Elder Qiu didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. His withered, twig-like right hand reached out again. Suddenly, the surrounding space for dozens of miles shattered like broken glass. From the shattered space, countless similar claws reached out and swept towards Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian's expression changed slightly. He stomped his foot again, and countless blood qi surged out from his body, forming countless blood spear shadows around him. With him as the center, it turned into a huge blood spear domain. Boom! 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 Countless claws arrived in an instant and collided with Lu Hantian's blood spear domain. Immediately, earth-shattering explosions resounded. A candle dares to compete with the sun and moon. Elder Qiu snorted coldly and clenched his right claw. Immediately, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Then, Lu Hantian, who was in the blood spear domain, was shocked to find that the countless spear shadows around him collapsed like tofu. Puchi. Lu Hantian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock and anger as he flew backwards. Although Lu Hantian was at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm and had grasped the greater perfection spear intent, Elder Chiu was a genuine emperor realm expert. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Zhuowen. Run! Lu Hantian suddenly shouted the moment he was injured. His voice was like thunder. Zhuowen, who was originally shocked by the battle between Lu Hantian and Elder Chiu, couldn't help but tremble when he heard Lu Hantian's shout. Then, he clearly sensed a sinister gaze on him. An unprecedented sense of danger exploded in Zhuowen's heart. Especially when he saw Elder Chiu's cold gaze, Zhuowen couldn't summon the slightest bit of resistance. This person is too terrifying. I have to run, or I'll definitely die. Without hesitation, Zhuowen unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings and summoned the infinitesimal sword formation at the same time. He even executed the nirvana of the great sun. After putting up a strong defense, he stomped his foot and disappeared from the spot. Run! With your strength, do you really think you can escape from my palm? Elder Chiu sneered. He blended into the silent night like a shadow and instantly disappeared. At the same time, Mu Shui, who was standing on a green lotus, also arrived. She happened to see Zhuowen fleeing miserably and Elder Chiu chasing after him. Her pretty face was filled with worry. Elder Chiu, this fellow, gritting her teeth, Mu Shui stomped her foot and quickly followed Zhuowen and Elder Chiu. She definitely couldn't let Elder Chiu kill Zhuowen. Damn it! Damn it! Why did this fellow suddenly go crazy and want to kill me? I clearly didn't offend him. At this moment, Zhuowen was running for his life in a panic. However, his heart was burning with anger. He didn't know what was wrong with Elder Chiu. He actually wanted to take back the 7-color soul essence stone and wanted his life. Kid! This old man is too powerful. He's a terrifying second heaven emperor. No matter how you run, you won't be able to escape from him. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang in his mind. Xiao Hei, what should we do now? Zhuowen was in a mess and could only ask Xiao Hei for help. I have no choice. This old man's strength is too terrifying. The gap between you two is too big. I really have no way to make him let you go. Xiao Hei replied helplessly. Kid, quickly dodge. That old man's attack is behind you. Suddenly, Xiao Hei exclaimed. Zhuowen was instantly alerted. He quickly twisted his waist and dodged to the side. Swoosh! A terrifying attack swept past Zhuowen's side. It tore through the air and shattered the surrounding space into countless black holes. Puff! A strong wind spread out and coincidentally hit Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down powerlessly like a butterfly. Boom! He crashed onto the ground and a huge crater was formed. Zhuowen was in the crater and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. Zhuowen, die. Chapter 717. Dark cold poison, it's over. Zhuowen's face turned pale as he looked at the terrifying palm print falling from the sky. Despair filled his eyes. This was an attack from an Emperor Realm expert. Although it wasn't Elder Chiu's full-strength attack, it wasn't something that Zhuowen could handle. The terrifying aura poured down and forced Zhuowen to kneel on one knee. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and he looked miserable. Zhuowen found it hard to withstand the aura alone. It was too terrifying. Swoosh! Just as the palm print was about to hit the ground, a green light shot out from behind and landed in front of Zhuowen. The green light shot out and formed a green lotus that was a few hundred feet tall. Boom! The palm print arrived in an instant and blasted on the green lotus. Instantly, a terrifying explosion resounded. Ring-shaped waves of air rose up in the void, layer by layer. The green lotus was extremely tough and it managed to withstand the attack of the terrifying palm print. At the same time, a beautiful figure stood in front of Zhuowen, who was kneeling on one knee. She stared coldly at Elder Qiu. This person was Mu Shui, who had rushed over from behind. Mu Shui was trying her best to control the green lotus in the air to block the powerful palm print. Her face was ghastly pale and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Miss. Elder Qiu's face changed. He didn't expect Mu Shui to block the attack for Zhuowen. He waved his right hand and the terrifying palm print in the air disappeared. Elder Qiu stomped on the ground and landed in front of Mu Shui. His face was filled with worry. Swoosh! At the same time, Lu Hantian, who had been pushed back by Elder Qiu, stepped on a blood-red spear and arrived beside Zhuowen. He stared at Elder Qiu with fear in his eyes. The strength of the man in the bronze mask in front of him was unfathomable. He was a genuine sovereign realm cultivator. Even Lu Hantian could not do anything to such a cultivator. Zhuowen. Are you alright? Lu Hantian looked worriedly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and stood up. He stared at the beautiful figure in front of him with a complicated expression. This woman was actually willing to take on the elder's attack for him. That was an imperial realm cultivator. If she was not careful, she would be in danger of dying. Zhuowen knew that other than Mu Qinxue, no other woman would stand up for him. You are Mu Qinxue. Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. His gaze was firmly fixed on Mu Qinxue's figure. His voice was clear and firm. He was increasingly certain that this Mu Qinxue in front of him was Mu Qinxue. After he said this, Mu Qinxue, who had her back to him, trembled. She shook her head and said, "You've got the wrong person. I'm Mu Qinxue, not Mu Qinxue. You are Mu Qinxue." Zhuowen took another step forward. His gaze was still fixed on Mu Qinxue. His voice became even more resounding. As the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, I can see that your attitude towards me is different from others. You've even reminded me many times. And this 7-colored essence stone, such a precious item, you're willing to give it to me. If you're not Mu Qinxue, then we're not related. Why are you treating me like this? You're even willing to give me the 7-colored essence stone. Taking another step forward, Zhuowen's voice became even more certain. His tone became a little shaky, and his lips trembled. He did not expect this Mu Qinxue in front of him to be the Mu Qinxue that he had been yearning for day and night. Why did she cover herself with a veil? Why did she not dare to meet him? These questions instantly appeared in Zhuowen's mind. However, he overturned them one by one. He was certain that this Mu Qinxue in front of him was Mu Qinxue. Mu Shui was silent. She did not speak, but her slightly trembling shoulders completely exposed the emotions in her heart at this moment. Zhuowen, don't go over. Lu Hantian naturally did not know Mu Qinxue. It seemed that Zhuowen knew this Burning Heaven sect saintess. However, Elder Qiu was still by Mu Qinxue's side. Lu Hantian was worried that Zhuowen would walk right into a trap if he went over. At this moment, Zhuowen had already completely ignored Lu Hantian and Qiu Yan. In his eyes, there was only the beautiful figure in front of him. This was because the woman in front of him was Mu Qinxue, the love that he had been yearning for day and night. Mu Qinxue, this time, I won't let you leave me again because you're my woman. With that, Zhuowen took another step forward. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. Last time, Zhuowen knew that his cultivation was insufficient, so he did not have the qualifications to make Mu Qinxue stay. But now, although he knew that the gap between him and Mu Qinxue was still huge, it was not as huge as it was in the ancient cave mansion. This time, Zhuowen would not allow Mu Qinxue to leave his sight. How dare you? How dare you speak to my young miss like that? When Zhuowen said that Mu Qinxue was him, Elder Qiu could not stand it anymore. He roared and a terrifying aura gushed out. Puchi. Zhuowen's chest felt stuffy and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not retreat. His gaze was still fixed on Mu Qinxue with unswerving determination. No matter how great your background is, and no matter how insignificant I, Zhuowen, am now, I, Zhuowen, have promised you in the past. I, Zhuowen, have sworn to the heavens that I, Zhuowen, will take you as my wife. Boom! Zhuowen roared and the green coffin on his back opened by half. A pair of strange blood-red eyes appeared in the gap of the green coffin. A terrifying pressure came out and faintly resisted Elder Qiu's aura. Dang! 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 Zhuowen walked forward slowly like an old bull pulling a cart. His gaze was fixed on Mu Qinxue and his face was filled with unswerving determination. Seeing Zhuowen's actions, Elder Qiu had a complicated expression on his face. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he silently watched as Zhuowen walked towards Mu Qinxue. Finally, Zhuowen arrived in front of Mu Qinxue. He raised his head and his clear eyes stared at the veiled lady in front of him. He saw a pair of eyes that were as beautiful as the starry sky and the sparkling tear stains at the bottom of her eyes. The veil gradually faded and a peerless face slowly appeared in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen smiled. Wasn't this beautiful lady in front of him the Mu Qinxue that he yearned for day and night? Zhuowen slowly extended his hand and gently wiped away the tear stains on Mu Qinxue's face. He smiled gently and said, "I'm sorry. I was a blockhead and realized it too late. Do you blame me?" However, the instant Zhuowen's palm came into contact with Mu Qinxue's face, he felt an extremely frightening chill. Soon after, he discovered that his palm was covered in a layer of frost. A bone-chilling cold spread from his hand to his entire body. Zhuowen couldn't help but tremble. So cold. This was the only feeling Zhuowen had right now. At this moment, he also realized that something was wrong with Mu Qinxue. Mu Qinxue stood motionless in her original position. Her face was as pale as snow and the tear stains on her cheeks had unknowingly turned into two hard lines of ice. Miss. Elder Qiu also realized that something was wrong. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand on Mu Qinxue's hand. He also felt a bone-chilling cold. Damn it! The frost poison is acting up. Elder Qiu's face was extremely ugly. He formed two fingers on his right hand into a sword and fiercely pointed at Mu Qinxue's forehead. Waves of powerful energy flowed from Elder Qiu's body into Mu Qinxue's body. Frost poison. Zhuowen took a few steps back to make room for Elder Qiu. His eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time he had heard of this frost poison. Kid. The frost poison in Mu Qinxue's body is incredible. If I'm not wrong, it's probably the dark frost poison. This frost poison is the technique of the divine beast Black Tortoise. It's extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. It belongs to the heaven rank frost energy. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Her voice was filled with shock. Clearly, the dark frost poison was extremely terrifying. Even Xiao Hei felt that it was difficult to deal with. What? Heaven rank frost energy? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He did not expect that Mu Qinxue's body was actually hiding a heaven rank frost energy like the dark frost poison. This was a terrifying energy comparable to the heaven flame. Ordinary people would definitely die if they touched it. I finally know that the old man wearing the bronze mask is determined to kill you. The seven-colored soul essence stone in your body has a miraculous effect in suppressing the dark frost poison. Originally, with the seven-colored soul essence stone, this Mu Qinxue should be able to suppress the frost poison for 10 years. Now that I've given it to you, it won't be able to suppress it for long. At most, it can only last for half a year. Moreover, this is because this Mu Qinxue used her cultivation to suppress it. But just now, she blocked that old man's attack for you and suffered serious injuries. She can no longer suppress the dark frost poison in her body, so she fell into such a situation. At this point, Xiao He said with a complicated expression, this woman's feelings for you are really deep. She actually went to such an extent for you. I'm afraid it's because she wants you to enter the top 5 of the Azure Emperor leaderboard. Hearing that, Zhuowen's mind exploded like thunder. He could not help but take a few steps back. His face was filled with shock. He also did not expect that Mu Qinxue would actually make such a sacrifice for him. He simply did not expect this. Then, if I give the 7-colored soul essence stone back to Mu Qinxue, will it be able to suppress the dark frost poison again? Zhuowen quickly asked, perhaps because he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. The 7-colored soul essence stone can only suppress it. Now that the dark frost poison has erupted, it is just like a useless stone to Mu Qinxue. Xiao He shook her head. Zhuowen took a few steps back again. His face was extremely pale as he muttered to himself, is there no other way? Looking at Mu Qinxue, who had lost consciousness because of the dark frost poison, Zhuowen's heart slowly sank. A knife-like pain slowly rose in Zhuowen's heart. His heart was in so much pain that he wanted to howl at the sky. It was so painful that it tore his heart and lungs apart. Kid! Don't be rash. There is another way. Sensing that Zhuowen's mood was not right, Xiao He quickly said. Hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuowen finally calmed down. He quickly asked, what is it? Tell me quickly. You have 7 types of earth fire in your body. Moreover, you also have the unique secret spirit skill, the flame fusion art. As long as you can gather 9 types of earth fire and use the flame fusion art, you will be able to fuse the legendary heavenly fire. The dark frost poison is a heavenly cold qi. If you can fuse the heavenly fire, you will be able to completely remove the dark frost poison in Mu Qinshue's body. Xiao He suddenly said. You also saw that I only have 7 types of earth fire in my body. I am still 2 types away from 9. Moreover, Mu Qinshue's condition is not good. It is too late now. Zhuowen said with a bitter smile. Chapter 7:18. Suppressing the cold poison. When Xiao He said that, Zhuowen's eyes lit up like the brightest star in the night sky. Xiao He was right. The fire fusion art was a powerful secret spirit technique created to create heavenly fire. By gathering 9 types of earth fire, one would be able to fuse heavenly fire. Zhuowen now had 7 types of earth fire in his body and could fuse them to create the terrifying 7-colored phoenix. Although the 7-colored phoenix was not considered a heavenly fire, it was formed from 7 types of earth fire. Therefore, it was much more powerful than earth fire. It was a terrifying flame that was between earth fire and heavenly fire. Although the dark cold poison was a heaven-grade cold qi, the dark cold poison that remained in Mu Qinshue's body was only a small part of it. It was not the complete source of the dark cold poison. The 7-colored phoenix was enough to suppress the dark cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body. The 7-colored phoenix is much more powerful than ordinary earth fire. Will it harm Mu Qinshue? Zhuowen asked worriedly. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. I can still control the 7-colored phoenix to suppress the dark cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body. However, I will need your help, Xiao He said calmly. Hearing this, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He knew that since Xiao He had said so, then the chances of suppressing the dark cold poison were extremely high. At this moment, Elder Qiu slowly retracted his hand. Mu Qinshue's face was much rosier now. However, she had fainted and collapsed on Elder Chio's arm. Elder Chio's expression was extremely ugly. Originally, the dark cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body should have erupted half a year later. However, due to her severe injuries, she was unable to suppress them and the dark cold poison finally erupted. At this moment, Elder Chio's heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have lost his mind and attacked Zhuowen. Now that Mu Qinsue was in such a state, he was also responsible for it. How is Mu Qinsue? Seeing that Mu Qinshue's complexion had become rosier, Zhuowen hurriedly stepped forward with a hint of joy on his face. As expected of an Emperor realm expert, Qiu Yan was able to suppress the dark cold poison that erupted from Mu Qinshue's body. It's all because of you. You've caused my young miss to become like this, and you can still laugh. Elder Qiu abruptly turned his head as a burst of energy shot out and smashed into Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he retreated dozens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for you, how could young miss have become like this? Let me tell you. The dark cold poison in young miss' body is extremely terrifying. Even this old man can only suppress it for half a day. After half a day, the dark cold poison will erupt here. At that time, young miss' life will be in danger. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, the young miss wouldn't have died. Today, I will definitely kill you. As he spoke, Elder Qiu stomped his foot and glared at Zhuowen, intending to directly attack. I have a way to suppress the dark cold poison for a long period of time. Zhuowen ignored Elder Qiu's threat as he quietly stood where he was. His gaze had been fixed on Mu Qinsue the entire time. You can save young miss. Elder Qiu's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly stopped in his tracks. He furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. If he couldn't suppress the dark cold poison, how could this brat before him do it? You're lying. If even this old man can't do anything, how could you possibly have a way? Young miss has misjudged you. It turns out that you're a coward. As he spoke, Elder Qiu looked at Zhuowen with even more disdain. He didn't believe that Zhuowen had a way to suppress the dark cold poison. He had made up his mind that this brat was definitely lying. The murderous intent in his heart towards Zhuowen became even more intense. Humph. There's no need for me to lie. Seeing that Elder Qiu didn't believe him, Zhuowen knew that he had no proof. Elder Qiu wouldn't believe him. With a stomp of his foot, 7 earth fires instantly shot out from his body and circled around him. Then, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and used the fire fusion art. The 7 earth fires instantly merged together. A high-pitched phoenix cry rang out. Then, a 7-colored phoenix shadow appeared in Zhuowen's palm. It quietly opened and closed its wings. It looked extremely intelligent. At the same time, the surrounding temperature rose at a terrifying speed. The surrounding air even seemed to distort under the high temperature. What? 7 earth fires. And they've merged together. Elder Qiu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 7-colored phoenix in Zhuowen's palm. A trace of disbelief appeared on his face. Although earth fires were rare, it wasn't particularly difficult for an Emperor realm expert like him to see them. However, Zhuowen had 7 earth fires and had even merged them together. He had never heard of or seen such a method before. Moreover, he also realized that the 7-colored phoenix formed by the 7 earth fires contained power that far surpassed that of earth fires. Although it was far from the level of heaven fires, it was much stronger than ordinary earth fires. How did you do it? Elder Qiu couldn't help but ask. Now you should believe me. This fire is called the 7-colored phoenix. Although it's not as powerful as heaven fires, it's much stronger than earth fires. Although it can't extract the dark cold poison like heaven fires, it's more than enough to suppress it. Zhuowen didn't answer Elder Qiu's question. Instead, he looked straight at Elder Chiu as if he was asking for his opinion. After a moment of silence, Elder Chiu said, "Your seven-colored phoenix is indeed powerful. It can suppress the dark cold poison. However, if you want to suppress the dark cold poison, you have to go deep into the young lady's body. You're so young. Can you control the seven-colored phoenix precisely?" Elder Chiu's meaning was clear. The seven-colored phoenix was extremely powerful. If he wasn't careful, he might injure Mu Qinshue's internal organs. If Zhuowen didn't have enough control, Qiu Yan wouldn't be at ease with Zhuowen suppressing the dark cold poison for Mu Qinshue. Do I have a choice now? In half a day, the dark cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body will erupt. Is there any use in worrying about this now? Zhuowen said somewhat angrily. Mu Qinshue's life was already in danger, yet Qiu Yan was still worrying about this and that. How could Zhuowen not be angry? When Qiu Chou heard this, he suddenly realized that Zhuowen was right. He really didn't have a choice now. If he didn't suppress the dark cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body as soon as possible, she would still die in half a day. Right now, it was better to let Zhuowen treat a dead horse as a living horse. Perhaps there would still be a trace of hope. If the young lady dies, you will also be buried with her. You better not have any wishful thinking. Elder Chiu threatened fiercely. Now I know. Can you allow me to get close to Mu Qinshu? Nodding, Zhuowen said coldly. Go. Elder Chiu snorted. Zhuowen slowly walked towards Mu Qinshu. Looking at the beauty in front of him who had fainted, Zhuowen's heart ached. Mu Qinshu had become like this, and he, Zhuowen, couldn't escape responsibility. Why do you have to do this? Gently caressing Mu Qinshue's smooth and cold face, Zhuowen's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with pity. Xiao He. Take a look. Where is the dark cold poison hiding in Mu Qinshue's body? Zhuowen silently instructed Xiao He in his heart as he carefully examined Mu Qinshue's delicate face. Leave it to me. Xiao He responded. Following Zhuowen's right fingertip, with a whoosh, it entered Mu Qinshue's body. Qiu Yan, who was standing behind Zhuowen, frowned. When Zhuowen was caressing Mu Qinshue's face earlier, he felt that there seemed to be another unfamiliar aura in Zhuowen's body. This aura was extremely obscure and gave him a faint feeling of dread. Is it just my imagination? Qiu Yan muttered softly. His gaze was focused on Zhuowen's back. It seemed that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he had imagined. The black gas that Xiao He had transformed into circulated around Mu Qinshue's body once before returning to Zhuowen's body. Xiao He. How is it? Where is the dark cold poison hiding in Mu Qinshue's body? Zhuowen anxiously asked. Xiao He was silent for a moment. Then, its voice became slightly heavy as it said, Kid. It's a little tricky this time. The dark cold poison is actually hiding in this girl's dantian. The seven-colored phoenix is very powerful. If we are not careful, I'm afraid that this girl's dantian may be destroyed. At that time, she may become a cripple. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He did not expect that the dark cold poison would actually be near Mu Qinshue's dantian. The dantian was the foundation of a martial artist. If it was destroyed, it was no different from being a cripple. In this world where the strong were respected, a cripple had no dignity at all. They would only be bullied. Mu Qinshu was extremely talented. Her strength was also far greater than Zhuowen's. She was a rare genius. If she became a cripple because of this, Mu Qinshu would not be able to accept it. Becoming a cripple is better than dying. Besides, didn't you say that it's possible? It's just a possibility. If we are careful, we should be able to successfully suppress the dark cold poison without harming her dantian. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. No matter what, even if Mu Qinshu became a cripple, he, Zhuowen, would stay by her side and protect her. Let's go. This is the wilderness and is not suitable for suppressing the dark cold poison for this girl. Let's return to the Drunken Spring Pavilion or the Imperial City first. Xiao He said indifferently. Nodding his head, Zhuowen turned his head and said to Qiu Yan behind him, "This place is not suitable for suppressing the dark cold poison. We need a quiet environment. Let's return to the Drunken Spring Pavilion first." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan nodded and said, "Then let's return to the Imperial City first." As he spoke, Qiu Yan waved his sleeve. Instantly, the vermilion bird that was still far away in the horizon let out a sharp cry and swooped down, arriving in front of the group in an instant. The vermilion bird is fast. Let's return on the vermilion bird. Qiu Yan was the first to climb onto the vermilion bird's back. He looked at Zhuowen and Lu Hantian and said indifferently. Zhuowen did not hesitate. He carried Mu Qinxue with both hands and jumped onto the vermilion bird. Lu Hantian hesitated for a moment before also climbing onto the vermilion bird's back. Whoosh! The vermilion bird let out a sharp cry once again. It spread its wings and raised countless gales. It turned into a stream of fire and swept towards the horizon. Its speed was as fast as lightning and it instantly disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 719. Successful suppression. When the vermilion bird landed on the intoxicated spring pavilion, it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many people looked at the vermilion bird with a trace of reverence. Everyone knew that the person who possessed a terrifying mount like the vermilion bird was the mysterious holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. She was a noble existence that even the Azure Emperor had to treat with caution. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, Lve Tao, and the other geniuses of the Muqin County were all awakened by the vermilion bird's movement. They all came out and looked at the vermilion bird that had landed. What made them stunned was that Lu Hantian and Zhuowen were also on the vermilion bird. Furthermore, Zhuowen was carrying a devastatingly beautiful woman in his arms. This woman was like a fairy with an extraordinary temperament. When Lve Tao and the others saw Mu Qinxue, their eyes involuntarily revealed infatuation. Some of them were even stunned on the spot. Mu Qinxue was too beautiful. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a woman of the mortal world. She was like a fairy from the heavens. Furthermore, at this moment, Mu Qinxue was curled up in Zhuowen's arms. She was shivering like a frightened kitten. She looked even more delicate and pitiful, causing others to involuntarily feel pity for her. Looking at the beautiful Mu Qinxue, a trace of surprise appeared in the eyes of Qing Lian and Luo Xing. Especially when they saw that Zhuowen seemed to be extremely worried about Mu Qinxue, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Jumping down from the vermilion bird, Zhuowen took a step and directly flew towards the side room of the Snow Moon region. With a few leaps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhuowen didn't have much time to care about others. Right now, he only had Mu Qinxue in his heart. After Zhuowen left, Lu Hantian and Qiu Yan also walked down. Lve Tao, Luo Xing and the others immediately gathered around them. Standing in front of everyone, Lu Nantian looked at Qiu Yan, who was beside Lu Hantian, with a puzzled expression. If his guess wasn't wrong, Qiu Yan, who was beside Lu Hantian, should be from the Burning Heaven sect. Why was Lu Hantian walking with him? Big brother. What happened? Lu Nantian asked in astonishment. Sigh. It's a long story. Lu Hantian's brows, furrowed brows, his face was filled with worry. Seeing Lu Hantian's expression, Lu Nantian became even more puzzled. This was the first time he had seen Lu Hantian reveal such an expression. Thinking about Zhuowen's strange behavior, Lu Nantian knew that this matter was definitely related to Zhuowen. If Zhuowen is unable to help Miss successfully suppress the dark cold poison, then that brat must be buried with Mississippi. Chiu Yen stood to the side with his arms crossed as he spoke in an unfriendly tone. Lu Hantian slightly furrowed his brows. For once, he didn't refute Chiu Yan's words. After all, Chiu Yan was a genuine Emperor realm expert. His strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Hantian was extremely afraid of him, so he didn't dare to refute. Lu Hantian's display of fear was naturally seen by Lu Nantian and the others. They weren't stupid. There was only one kind of person who could make Lu Hantian so afraid, and that was a terrifying Emperor realm expert. In other words, this bronze-masked Chiu Yan was very likely an Emperor realm expert like Emperor Qing. That woman just now was the Burning Heaven Sect's Holy Maiden. Suddenly, Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flickered. In the end, she still asked the question that she wanted to know the most. Yes. That is indeed the Burning Heaven Sect's Holy Maiden. Zhuowen seems to know her. Lu Hantian nodded. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't expect Zhuowen to know someone like the Burning Heaven Sect's Holy Maiden. Moreover, they seemed to be extremely close. How did Zhuowen do it? Just as everyone was wondering, Zhuowen had already carried Mu Qinxue into the room. It's so cold. Mu Qinxue shivered. Her eyes were tightly shut as she curled up in Zhuowen's arms. Her helpless expression made Zhuowen's heart ache. It'll be done soon. Gently stroking Mu Qinxue's beautiful hair, Zhuowen slowly placed Mu Qinxue on the bed. Soon after, he said to Xiao He, I'm counting on you. Yes. Summon the seven-colored phoenix first. A black light drilled out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and turned into Xiao He's appearance. At this moment, Xiao He's expression was extremely grave. Nodding, Zhuowen didn't dare to delay. He quickly summoned 7 types of earth fire and used the fire fusion art to fuse them into a 7-colored phoenix. After a while, a palm-sized 7-colored phoenix appeared in Zhuowen's right palm. It flapped its wings and looked extremely lifelike. This Dragon Lord still needs the help of your mental energy. Release your mental energy and channel it into my body. Xiao He nodded and continued. Without hesitation, Zhuowen released his mental energy. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it flowed into Xiao He's body. In an instant, Xiao He's spiritual body looked much more solid. Xiao He waved its right paw. Immediately, the 7-colored phoenix that was quietly hovering in Zhuowen's palm let out a phoenix cry and circled around Xiao He's body. Kid! Before the suppression ends, you must continuously replenish my mental energy. If my mental energy is cut off, everything will be for naught. Xiao He said with a grave expression. Hearing this, Zhuowen's expression turned serious and he hurriedly nodded. It seemed that his mental energy played a significant role in this. Otherwise, Xiao He wouldn't have warned him in such a serious manner. Fortunately, Zhuowen had cultivated the great Yen scripture. His mental energy was much stronger than that of an ordinary grade 4 Arcana Master. It was already close to the level of a grade 5 Arcana Master. He was still quite confident. I'm going to start. During this process, don't disturb this Dragon Lord. As it spoke, Xiao He's expression became even more serious. Xiao He waved its paw. Immediately, the 7-colored phoenix circling around it followed its paw and slowly approached Mu Qinxue. As the dark cold poison was located near Mu Qinxue's dantian, Xiao He waved its paw when the 7-colored phoenix flew towards her abdomen. The clothes around her abdomen were instantly turned to dust, revealing a flawless white abdomen. At this moment, Xiao He's gaze was serious and focused. Its little paw pressed down gently. Under Xiao He's control, the 7-colored phoenix slowly descended. When it was about to reach Mu Qinxue's abdomen, Xiao He's movements were extremely slow. It was as slow as a tortoise. Buzz buzz buzz. In the end, the 7-colored phoenix still reached Mu Qinxue's abdomen. Immediately, waves of black cold qi poured out from Mu Qinshue's abdomen. It was actually trying to keep the seven-colored phoenix outside. You want to stop this dragon lord? Xiao He snorted coldly. Its little paw pressed down. Instantly, the seven-colored phoenix's aura became even more powerful and terrifying. It actually directly suppressed the black cold qi that was pouring out. Meanwhile, the seven-colored phoenix also slowly burrowed into Mu Qinshue's abdomen. After an hour, the seven-colored phoenix finally completely entered Mu Qinshue's body. Meanwhile, the originally trembling and pale Mu Qinshue's delicate body trembled. She actually let out a pained moan. Kid! This is the most critical moment. You must not lose your mental energy. Xiao He turned around after the seven-colored phoenix entered Mu Qinshue's body. It was rather serious as it instructed. At this moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhuowen's forehead. The amount of mental energy that Xiao He needed to control the seven-colored phoenix had greatly exceeded his expectations. Even though Zhuowen cultivated the Great Yen scripture and his mental energy was far superior to that of an ordinary arcana master, it was still somewhat lacking under Xiao He's extravagant use of mental energy. Don't worry. The mental energy will not be lost. Hurry up and suppress the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body. Zhuowen gritted his teeth and said. Xiao He nodded. It once again extracted a large portion of the mental energy from Zhuowen's body. With a wave of its little paw, it did its best to control the seven-colored phoenix near Mu Qinshue's dantian. Right now, Xiao He was truly doing its best. It was afraid that the seven-colored phoenix would completely destroy Mu Qinshue's dantian if it was not careful. If it were not for the fact that it was worried about the dantian, the dark cold poison would have been suppressed by the seven-colored phoenix a long time ago. After all, this was merely a strand of cold qi within the dark cold poison. Its power was far from being a match for the seven-colored phoenix. Time slowly passed by. 6 hours had passed, and it was gradually getting late. All the lights in the capital had basically been extinguished. It was terrifyingly silent. Outside Zhuowen's room, Lu Hantian and Qiu Yan stood silently. They did not say a word, and their faces were filled with seriousness. Behind the two of them were the geniuses from Muqin County, led by Lu Hantian and Luo Xing. Earlier, Lu Hantian had already explained the entire situation. Everyone finally knew the relationship between Zhuowen and Mu Qinshu. Senior sister. Qing Lian looked at Luo Xing as a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Luo Xing's bitter smile became even more pronounced. She finally knew why Zhuowen was so unromantic. His heart had already been filled by another woman. Moreover, the woman that Zhuowen liked was actually of such venerated status and exceptional talent. Even Luo Xing would feel a sense of inferiority when standing before Mu Qinshu. Junior sister Qing Lian. We're still friends with Zhuowen, aren't we? Luo Xing suddenly smiled. Although her smile was a little forced, she had thought it through in her heart. Qing Lian could not help but be stunned when she heard this. Soon after, she also smiled. That's right, they were still friends with Zhuowen. It's already been 6 hours, and he still hasn't come out. Qiu Yan said with a frown. There are still 6 hours before the cold poison erupts. We'll only know the final result after daybreak, Lu Hantian said indifferently. I hope that kid can really succeed. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph. Qiu Yan snorted coldly. Time passed slowly. Another 3 hours had passed. The dark night slowly faded away, revealing a trace of white. Dawn was about to arrive. In the room, Zhuowen's face was extremely pale. His lips were dry and cracked, and he was dizzy. For 12 hours, he had been continuously transferring mental energy to Xiao He. Now, he had almost exhausted all the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. He had even overdrawn a lot of it. Just as Zhuowen was about to collapse, Xiao He suddenly stopped absorbing mental energy. Xiao He sighed softly and glanced at Zhuowen. Kid! I've finally completely suppressed the dark cold poison. This time, I should be able to suppress this woman for about 3 years. If the heavenly fire doesn't get rid of it in 3 years, this woman will definitely die. I'll go back and rest first. Chapter 720. Rapid Improvement, 3 Years. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. At least Mu Qinxue still had 3 years. Zhuowen was confident that he could find the last 2 earth fires within 3 years and merge them to form the heavenly fire. 3 years is enough. I will find the heavenly fire for you. Gently caressing Mu Qinxue's delicate face, Zhuowen's eyelids drooped slightly. A strong sense of exhaustion immediately surged into his heart. Just now, when he was assisting Xiao He, his mental energy had almost been overdrawn. The only reason he could last until now was because of his willpower. Now that he knew that the dark cold poison in Mu Qinxue's body had been completely suppressed, Zhuowen naturally did not resist this tiredness. Tightly holding Mu Qinxue's jade-like hand, Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes and rested his head on the side of the bed. Not long after Zhuowen fell asleep, Mu Qinxue, who was lying on the bed, moved her eyelids slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. A trace of doubt appeared in her beautiful starry eyes. She remembered that in order to block Qiu Yan's attack last night, she was seriously injured. As a result, she was unable to suppress the dark cold poison in her body, causing it to erupt prematurely. She knew the power of the dark cold poison better than anyone. Once it erupted, what awaited her was death. There was no luck. But now, she looked perfectly fine. She was not dead. However, she realized that the dark cold poison that should have erupted near her dantian did not. Instead, it was curled up in a corner. Beside the dark frost poison, there was a lifelike 7-colored phoenix that constantly circled the dark frost poison. The terrifying temperature and the extremely low temperature of the dark frost poison cancelled each other out. Overall, the dark frost poison was completely suppressed by the 7-colored phoenix. Mu Qinxue knew that this 7-colored phoenix that suppressed the dark cold poison must have someone helping her suppress the dark cold poison in her body. Mu Qinxue wanted to get up, but she realized that her right hand was slightly heavy, as if it was pressing on something. She tilted her head slightly and immediately saw the sleeping Zhuowen. Zhuowen? Could it be that he helped me suppress the dark cold poison in my body? Mu Qinxue was exceptionally intelligent. She could see the exhaustion on Zhuowen's face. She then recalled that the 7-colored phoenix was definitely not Qiu Yan's doing. Therefore, the only person who could use the 7-colored phoenix to help her was the young man who was sleeping in front of her. Thinking of this, Mu Qinxue's cold and pretty face revealed a sweet smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless gentleness. Zhuowen was the first man she liked. She could do a lot for Zhuowen, and she didn't even need anything in return. However, when she thought of the person she loved risking his life to save her, Mu Qinxue was truly happy. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Zhuowen. Thank you. As her slender fingers gently brushed across Zhuowen's forehead, Mu Qinxue's face flushed red. Soon after, she bent down and her cherry-red lips slowly pressed against Zhuowen's forehead. Whoosh! A soft sound of breaking air came from outside the room. Silently, Qiu Yan's figure appeared in the room. Miss. Are you alright? Looking at the beautiful lady sitting on the bed in front of him, Qiu Yan's face revealed a joyful expression. Old Qiu. Don't act impulsively in the future. Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes turned slightly and her gaze landed on Qiu Yan. Her expression was somewhat cold. When Qiu Yan heard this, his face was filled with shame. He softly said, Miss. It's all my fault. I won't be impulsive in the future. This Zhuowen is indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to help you suppress the dark cold poison. I wonder how long he can suppress it. When she saw Qiu Yan's sincerity, the anger on Mu Qinshue's face slowly receded. She indifferently said, it should be able to suppress it for 3 years. 3 years? When he heard this, Qiu Yan's face was somewhat disappointed. 3 years was too short. However, he also knew that being able to suppress the dark cold poison for 3 years was indeed commendable. Miss, shouldn't we be leaving now? Looking at Zhuowen, who was already sound asleep, Qiu Yan somewhat hesitantly said. That's right. It's time to leave. Deeply staring at Zhuowen, who was still sound asleep, Mu Qinsue softly sighed. She gently withdrew her right hand and walked off the bed. Zhuowen had a very long dream. It was a very realistic dream. In the dream, he walked aimlessly and his surroundings were completely dark. The only source of light was the beautiful figure in front of him. Zhuowen clearly knew that the beautiful figure was Mu Qinsue. However, Mu Qinsue kept getting further and further away from him. Even though Zhuowen chased after her with all his might, the distance between the two of them did not close. Instead, it grew further and further away until the surrounding space once again turned into darkness. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen discovered that he was already lying on the bed. He clearly remembered that before he fell asleep, he should have been beside Mu Qinshue's bed. Why was he lying on the bed now? Abruptly getting up, Zhuowen discovered that in the room, Lu Hantian was sitting at the table, pouring wine for himself. Seeing that Zhuowen had woken up, Lu Hantian waved his right hand and a cup of wine instantly appeared in Zhuowen's hand. Drink a cup first. Lu Hantian said softly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen raised his head and drank the cup of wine. Instantly, a spicy taste filled his throat, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily cough. This wine was so spicy and bitter. After drinking the wine, Zhuowen asked in a deep voice, how many days have I been asleep? 1 day and 1 night. Also, Mu Qinsue has left. Lu Hantian was silent for a moment before he suddenly spoke. Shaking his right hand, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Although he had some guesses, Zhuowen still felt a little melancholy when he heard the news. This is the envelope Mu Qinsue left behind before she left. She asked me to pass it to you. Lu Hantian spoke again. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light flashed past and an envelope landed in front of Zhuowen. He gently opened the envelope. There wasn't much handwriting inside, only a few sentences. I hate you for not being like Jiang Luyue. North and south, east and west, north and south, east and west, we can only accompany each other without parting. Zhuowen, thank you. I knew that you would definitely be able to enter the Divine Academy. I hate you for not being like Jiang Luyue. North and south, east and west, north and south, we can only accompany each other without parting. Softly reciting this poem, Zhuowen's lips curled up. He, Zhuowen, would definitely enter the Divine Academy. He, Zhuowen, would definitely meet Mu Qinsue again. Kid. I've already delivered the letter. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Zhuowen's mood wasn't as low as he had imagined, Lu Hantian let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Mu Qinshue's departure would cause some trouble for Zhuowen. Now it seemed that he had worried too much. Big brother Hantian. Many thanks to you this time. Zhuowen respectfully said to Lu Hantian. Zhuowen could see that Lu Hantian had a trace of fatigue between his brows. It was clear that while he was asleep, Lu Hantian had been guarding the room the entire time. Ha! What are you thanking me for? I'm your big brother. You don't have to treat me like an outsider. Since you're fine now, I'll take my leave first. Also, don't slack off. 3 months later, the Azure Emperor ranking tournament will begin. You better prepare yourself. It's best if you can make a breakthrough during this period of time. When the time comes, prepare yourself for the tournament. After saying that, Lu Hantian stepped out of the room and left. Ranking tournament. This time, I must do my best to get into the top 5 of the Azure Emperor ranking. Squinting his eyes, Zhuowen was determined to get into the top 5 of the Azure Emperor ranking. However, he also knew that there were many geniuses who were stronger than him. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the top 5, he had to become stronger. Thinking of this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a ball of light from his spiritual ring. This ball of light had a human-shaped infant curled up in it. It was the nascent soul that Zhuowen had obtained from the underground river. There was still half of the nascent soul's energy left. If Zhuowen absorbed all of the remaining energy, his cultivation would definitely improve. Moreover, Zhuowen had a treasure like the 7-colored soul essence stone. It was enough to raise his mental strength by a whole realm. At that time, he would be a complete grade 5 Arcana Master. At that time, Zhuowen would be able to display the true power of the greater infinite sword formation. Let's absorb the nascent soul's energy first. Thinking of this, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the futon. Holding the sparkling nascent soul in his right hand, he circulated the Yuan force in his body. The vast energy in the nascent soul flowed into Zhuowen's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Zhuowen could not help but feel extremely comfortable. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Zhuowen had basically been in seclusion in his room, absorbing the nascent soul in his hand. Finally, after a month, he had completely absorbed the nascent soul's energy. The nascent soul's energy was extremely vast. It was also very suitable for warriors to absorb and transform into Yuan force. Therefore, Zhuowen's cultivation soared from the initial stage of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm to the peak of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm. In terms of cultivation, he was about the same as Feng Yong from the Feng family. However, Zhuowen could control the existence of spear intent. He would not be afraid even if he faced Guosheng. Feng Yong was no longer a threat to Zhuowen. After using the nascent soul to break through to the peak of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm, Zhuowen began to take out the 7-colored soul essence stone. He began to absorb the essence of the 7-colored soul essence stone and transform it into his mental strength. The 7-colored soul essence stone was indeed very powerful. In the second month, Zhuowen's mental strength shot up like a rocket and directly broke through to grade 5. After breaking through to grade 5, his cultivation continued to rise. It finally stopped when he reached the great circle of grade 5. In 2 months, Zhuowen's martial cultivation had risen from the initial stage of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm to the peak of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm. His mental strength had also shot up from grade 4 to grade 5. If anyone were to see this kind of speed, they would definitely be stupefied. The breakthrough in martial cultivation and mental strength had caused Zhuowen's strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. Just by relying on his martial cultivation and the terrifying power of spear intent, Zhuowen could crush a peak of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm. He could even fight against an initial stage of the ultimate 8-will Emperor realm warrior. However, if Zhuowen's mental strength was included, then Zhuowen was truly terrifying. An ordinary ultimate 8-will Emperor realm warrior might not be a match for Zhuowen. Dong! 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 Suddenly, there was a crisp knock on the door. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Come in. After saying that, a beautiful figure slowly walked into the room. It was Lu Er, the servant who specially served Zhuowen. Chapter 721. White Poplar Town. Hearing Lu Er's words, a trace of astonishment appeared on Zhuowen's face. He did not seem to be familiar with any arcana masters in the imperial city. If there was anyone he was familiar with, it would probably be those two. It was not difficult to guess that the 2 arcana masters who were looking for Zhuowen this time should be Master Tsang Mu and Master Kuya. However, Zhuowen was puzzled as to why the two of them had suddenly come to visit him. Let's go out and meet them. Nodding his head, Zhuowen was rather curious as to why Tsangmu and Kuya were looking for him. Walking out of the room, Zhuowen was led by Luer and directly arrived at a pavilion in front of the intoxicated spring pavilion. At the center of the pavilion, there was a stone table. Two old men wearing long robes were sitting on the ground, drinking wine and sipping wine. At the stone table, the two old men who were originally drinking wine clearly noticed Zhuowen's arrival and hurriedly stood up with smiles on their faces. Tsangmu, Kuya, why are the two masters looking for Zhuowen? To Zhuowen, the two of them were already acquaintances. Hence, Zhuowen did not hold back and directly sat beside the two of them with a smile. Master Tsangmu waved his hand and dismissed Luer who was beside Zhuowen. Then, he smiled at Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, in a few days, it will be the elder selection of the Imperial City's Arcana Guild. Your mental energy has already reached grade 4 and should be able to participate. Elder selection? Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyebrows raised slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this so-called elder selection. You're new here, so it's understandable that you don't know about this elder selection. There are a total of 9 elders in the Arcana Guild headquarters in the Imperial City. You should know about this, right? Tsangmu coughed dryly. Zhuowen nodded. Indeed, he knew nothing about the headquarters of the Imperial Capital's Arcane Guild. However, Zhuowen had naturally heard of the 9 great elders in the guild. It was said that the 9 great elders all had extremely high spiritual energy cultivation. Their spiritual energy was at least at the 5th rank, and it was said that the first elder was extremely mysterious. He was a 6th rank arcana master, and his strength was monstrous. The first elder's nickname was Elder Xiuan. Even Emperor Qing feared Elder Xiuan. It was said that Emperor Qing had once sparred with Elder Xiuan, but he did not gain any advantage over Elder Xiuan. It was because of this battle that everyone knew that the mysterious Elder Xiuan of the Arcane Guild was a terrifying grade 6 arcanist. There was only one such person in the entire Qing Xian Empire. After listening to Master Kuraki's explanation, Zhuowen finally understood the cause and effect of the elder selection. It turned out that the elder selection this time was to select the 10th elder to become an elder of the Arcane Guild. It was said that the treatment of an elder of the Arcane Guild was extremely generous. Not only could they enjoy the respect of countless arcanists in the Arcane Guild, but they could also use most of the resources in the Arcane Guild. Moreover, the mysterious Elder Xiuan would also attend the elder selection this time. It was said that Elder Xiuan would bring out the high-level secret spirit skill, the Art of the Transfiguration. The Art of the Transfiguration was one of the most high-level secret skills of the Arcane Guild headquarters. It was said that such a secret skill could increase the speed of an arcanist's cultivation and greatly increase the chances of a breakthrough. Basically, the 9 great elders of the Arcane Guild had all cultivated the Art of the Transfiguration, and they all relied on the Art of the Transfiguration to finally break through to become a 5th-rank arcanist. Such a precious secret spirit skill that could increase the speed of cultivation was simply a treasure to an arcanist. It was enough to cause many arcanists to fight over it. The Art of the Transfiguration is very powerful. It was said that Elder Xiuan was extremely talented, but he was also stuck at the great perfection of the 5th rank for a long time and did not succeed in breaking through his mind power. However, ever since he cultivated the Art of the Transfiguration, he successfully broke through after a few years. At this point, Master Kuraki and Master Kuya's faces were filled with excitement. The two of them were naturally very eager to obtain such a powerful secret spirit skill like the Art of the Transfiguration. Will there be any 5th-rank arcanists participating in the elder selection this time? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he suddenly asked. When Master Kuraki mentioned the Art of the Transfiguration, he was also tempted. He did not expect that such a magical secret spirit skill existed in the Arcane Guild. If he could obtain the Art of the Transfiguration, wouldn't he have the hope of breaking through to the 6th rank? The reason why Zhuowen's mind power could reach the great perfection of the 5th rank was mainly because of the 7-colored stone essence. If it were not for the 7-colored stone essence, Zhuowen would need at least a few years to reach the great perfection of the 5th rank. As for the 6th rank, Zhuowen did not even think about it. He knew how difficult it was for an arcanist to reach the 6th rank. Even though he was already at the great perfection of the 5th rank, he still had no clue about breaking through. Now that the art of the transfiguration had such a miraculous effect, Zhuowen naturally would not let it go. Zhuowen. There are very few 5th rank arcanists. Other than the 9 great elders of the Arcane Guild, I have never seen anyone who could reach the 5th rank. Perhaps Master Yanhua has the hope of reaching the 5th rank. Master Kuraki shook his head and smiled bitterly. Master Yanhua. Hearing Master Yanhua's name, Zhuowen could not help but squint his eyes. When he was in the appraisal hall, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Master Yanhua. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been left behind in the appraisal hall by Master Yanhua. Zhuowen. Don't tell me you want to find trouble with Master Yanhua. Although you are strong now and may not be afraid of Master Yanhua, Master Yanhua's father is the 2nd elder, Elder Lu Li. I advise you to think twice before you act. Seeing Zhuowen's expression, how could Master Kuraki not see through Zhuowen's thoughts? He quickly advised. Don't worry. I won't act rashly. When will the elder election be held? Zhuowen suddenly asked. 3 days later, it will be held at the Arcane Guild headquarters on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Master Kuraki said. Yes, yes. I will participate in the elder election this time. Zhuowen nodded and said with anticipation. Zhuowen was determined to get the art of the transfiguration this time. After all, Zhuowen's mind power had already reached the level of the great perfection of the 5th rank. Zhuowen was still very confident in winning the elder election this time. After all, his current mind power cultivation was almost on par with the 2nd elder, Elder Lu Li. Moreover, this time he wanted to find Master Yanhua and settle old scores. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Kuraki and Kuya nodded. The 3 of them chatted for a while more before Kuraki and Kuya bade farewell and left. Zhuowen walked the 2 of them all the way to the Drunken Spring Pavilion before stopping. 3 days later, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian bade farewell and left the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Zhuowen had also mentioned the elder election to Lu Hantian. When Lu Hantian heard that it was about the arcanists, he was not interested. After all, he was a warrior and not an arcanist. He really had no interest in the elder election. The headquarters of the Arcane Guild was not in the imperial capital. It was located in a small town thousands of miles north of the imperial capital. The town was called Baiyang Town. Outside Baiyang Town, there was a powerful origin formation that Elder Xiuan had personally set up. Even a heavenly venerable would find it difficult to break the origin formation around Baiyang Town. Perhaps only someone like the Emperor Qing could possibly break it. Only arcanists were allowed to enter Baiyang Town freely. As for warriors who were not arcanists, they had to be recommended by someone in the Arcane Guild and apply before they could enter. Therefore, in Baiyang Town, the number of warriors was far less than arcanists. This town was simply a gathering place for arcanists. A stream of light shot out from the imperial capital like an arrow and flew rapidly towards the north. Quietly standing on the back of the bronze paper kite, Zhuowen was wearing a loose black robe. This robe was the robe of an arcanist. On the chest area, there were 3 stars embroidered, representing the identity of a 3rd-rank arcanist. Ever since Zhuowen participated in the Arcane Grand Competition in Broken Rock City, he had never entered the Arcane Guild to participate in the test again. Therefore, after Zhuowen's mind power had broken through to the 4th rank, he did not go to the Arcane Guild to receive the corresponding attire. Before Master Kuraki left, he had already instructed Zhuowen that if he wanted to enter Baiyang Town freely, he had to reveal his identity as an arcanist. Therefore, Zhuowen had no choice but to wear the third-rank arcanist robe. After an hour, Zhuowen found a gathering place not far ahead. The gathering place had a radius of tens of thousands of miles and was enveloped by a green light shield. A terrifying wave was constantly emitted from the light shield. Inside the light shield, there were many figures wearing long robes going in and out. They were all arcanists. Baiyang Town was indeed a gathering place for arcanists. Just the number of arcanists going in and out had reached more than 2 digits. This was beyond Zhuowen's expectations. Whoosh! Zhuowen gently patted the back of the bronze paper kite. With a sharp whistle, the bronze paper kite slowly landed at the entrance of Baiyang Town. At the entrance of Baiyang Town stood a rather large stone tablet. The words, Baiyang Town, were engraved on the surface of the stone tablet. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, and the words were articulated perfectly. Moreover, it faintly emitted a rather powerful mind power wave. In front of the stone tablet stood 2 young men who were also wearing long robes. These 2 young men were about 25 years old and had a star drawn on their chests. They were both first-rank arcanists. Zhuowen's arrival also attracted the attention of the 2 young men. When they saw Zhuowen's young face, their faces were filled with astonishment. However, when their eyes fell on the symbol on Zhuowen's chest, they could not help but gasp. Third-rank arcanist. Their pupils shrank, and their eyes were filled with shock. The young man in front of them looked to be about 20 years old, but he was already a third-rank arcanist. Wasn't this talent too terrifying? Looking at the symbol on Zhuowen's chest, and then looking at the symbols on their own chests, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that sometimes, comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Chapter 722. 10 Fists Wall of Fire. White Poplar Town was bustling with people, and Zhuowen discovered that most of them were arcanists wearing long robes. There were very few martial artists. The Arcanist Guild was located in the center of Baiyang Town. There was a huge building in the shape of a flame. At the top of the building, there was a flame burning at a terrifying temperature. The Elder Selection will begin in 4 hours. Those Grade 4 Masters should be rubbing their hands together by now. I wonder who will get the 10th Elder this time. I think it should be Master Yanhua. After all, Master Yanhua is the son of the 2nd Elder. He has the mind power of a complete Grade 4 Arcanist. Coupled with the terrifying secret skill Black Flame Sky Explosion, he is unrivaled among the Grade 4 Arcanists. Walking on the street, Zhuowen realized that many Arcanists on the street were rushing in the same direction and discussing animatedly. From the surrounding discussions, Zhuowen knew that the Elder Selection was in front of him. When he decided to get the art of the transformation, Zhuowen planned to come to the Elder Selection. Zhuowen was determined to get the art of the transformation. Thinking of this, Zhuowen followed the crowd and walked forward. After a while, he arrived at a huge square. The square was extremely strange. There were various runes drawn on the ground. Waves of strange mind power undulated in the square. At the top of the square, there were 9 high seats. At this moment, apart from the first seat, the other 8 seats were occupied by elderly Arcanists. These 9 seats were prepared for the 9 great elders of the Arcanist Guild. The whereabouts of the first elder, Elder Shi Yuan, was mysterious, so it was understandable that he did not appear. Therefore, the Elder Selection this time was presided over by the 2nd Elder, Elder Lu Li. In the center of the square, there was a wall of fire that was dozens of feet tall. There were a total of 10 of these huge walls of fire, and each wall was more terrifying than the last. The temperature of the entire square had risen to an extremely terrifying level. Many of the Arcana Masters around the plaza also felt the terrifying heat coming from the wall of fire, and their expressions all changed. At this moment, Elder Lu Li, who was seated in the 2nd seat, slowly stood up. His gaze looked at the surrounding crowd as he spoke in a faint voice, today is the elder selection. This old man is very pleased that everyone is able to come. The rules for this year's elder selection are very simple. Everyone should have seen the 10 fire walls in the center of the square, right? This fire wall is called the fire wall of 10 fists. Those who wish to participate in the elder selection this time, you can use your mental strength to test the power of the 10 fists fire wall. The one who breaks the wall the most will become the 10th elder this time. Elder Lu Li smiled slightly after she finished speaking. She once again sat down on her seat. Her eyes involuntarily glanced towards the other side of the square. There was a figure standing there with his hands crossed. His expression was confident. The figure seemed to have felt Elder Lu Li's gaze as well. He nodded and revealed a confident smile. This person was Grandmaster Yan Hua, who had a grudge against Zhuowen. He was also Elder Lu Li's son. Elder Lu Li's words caused quite a commotion in the surroundings of the square. Even Zhuowen revealed a surprised expression on his face. The rules for this year's elder selection were unexpectedly simple. However, Zhuowen also knew that the fire wall of 10 fists in the square was definitely not simple. It was likely that most arcana masters would find it difficult to break through too many fire walls. The square descended into silence. Subsequently, a young arcana master walked out from the crowd. This person was around 27 or 28 years old. However, he was already a grade 2 arcana master. This person first respectfully bowed towards the 8 elders. Subsequently, his expression was grave as he walked towards the fire wall of 10 fists. With a loud shout, the mental energy in his Naiwan palace condensed and transformed into a huge fist. Then, it violently smashed onto the first fire wall. Rumble. The mental energy fist collided with the fire wall, causing countless sparks to fly. The two of them were actually in a deadlock for a moment. The veins on the young man's forehead bulged. With a loud shout, all of the mental energy in his Naiwan palace poured out. That mental energy fist became much larger and instantly suppressed the fire wall. Crack. The fire wall shattered. However, the young man's face was extremely pale. Sweat poured down like rain and he was panting heavily. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. Do you still want to try the second firewall? Elder Lu Li asked indifferently. The young man's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, Elder, I still want to try the second one. You are determined. However, it is best for you to act within your capabilities. Elder Lu Li nodded and replied indifferently. Thank you for your advice, Elder. The young man respectfully nodded. He stood where he was and took a deep breath. His gaze was fixed on the second fire wall. Not long after, the young man moved again. Terrifying mental energy condensed above his head and transformed into an even larger mental energy fist. Then, it rushed towards the second fire wall. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out. The moment the mental energy fist landed on the fire wall, it was actually fiercely counterattacked by the fire wall. That mental energy fist was actually instantly devoured by the fire wall and turned into nothingness. Swoosh! The moment the fire wall devoured the mental energy, it actually gave birth to tentacle-like flames that suddenly swept towards the young man. The young man was so shocked that he continuously retreated. His face was extremely pale. Unfortunately, the tentacle-like flames were too fast. They caught up to the young man in an instant and unsurprisingly engulfed him. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. The young man was instantly turned into a man of flames. Not long after, he was completely reduced to ashes. Just like that, he died before everyone's eyes. Hiss! 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 The surrounding arcanists all stared dumbfoundedly at the young man who had already been reduced to ashes. What a terrifying fire wall of 10 fists. It actually had a counterattack. If they could not endure it, they would probably end up like the young man. For a moment, the many arcanists in the square began to hesitate. In particular, some of the arcanists with weaker mental energy had basically retracted their steps. However, the silence didn't last for long. Another figure flew onto the stage. It was a white-haired old man with 3 stars embroidered on his chest. He was a 3rd-grade arcanist. It's Master Drifting Goblet. He's at the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. He should be able to destroy the 2nd firewall. The moment the old man appeared, a commotion broke out. Everyone looked at Master Drifting Goblet with anticipation. Drifting Goblet pays his respects to the 8 elders. Master Drifting Goblet cupped his hands respectfully. Such a respectful attitude also caused the 8 elders to have a good impression of him. Drifting Goblet. Your mental energy is pretty good, but it's best if you act according to your capabilities. Elder Lioli smiled and waved his sleeve. The first wall of the fire wall of 10 fists was restored to its original state. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lioli. Master Drifting Goblet nodded. He squinted his eyes and looked at the fire wall of 10 fists before him. A terrifying surge of mental energy surged out and formed a storm around him. Break! The storm of mental energy instantly smashed into the first wall of flames, instantly destroying it. After all, Master Drifting Goblet was at the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. He was much stronger than the youth who had died earlier, so the first wall of flames wasn't able to stop him. Boom! Boom! 2 more cracks sounded out as the 2nd and 3rd walls of flames were destroyed. The storm of mental energy soon arrived at the 4th wall of flames. Boom! When the 2 walls of flames collided, sparks flew everywhere. Master Drifting Goblet frowned and stomped his foot. An even more terrifying surge of mental energy surged out, causing the storm of mental energy to grow stronger. However, the power of the 4th wall of fire was also extremely terrifying. Countless flaming tentacles burst out and violently bombarded the spiritual storm. The frequency of the bombardment was extremely high. Pfft! Master Drifting Goblet spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the storm of mental energy dimming, his face changed. He knew that the situation wasn't good and he immediately retreated. Boom! The instant Master Drifting Goblet retreated, the storm of mental energy was destroyed. However, since Master Drifting Goblet had retreated, the fire wall of 10 fists didn't pursue him. The fire wall of 10 fists is terrifying. Even Master Drifting Goblet could only destroy 3 of them. Many people in the surroundings were shocked and they saw Drifting Goblet return in disappointment. A peak grade 3 Arcana Master was only able to shatter 3 of them. That meant that those weaker than Drifting Goblet wouldn't be able to shatter more than 3 of them. After Master Drifting Goblet, a few other 3rd grade Arcanists went up. However, their results weren't ideal. They couldn't even break 3 walls. There was even an unlucky 3rd grade Arcanist who couldn't get out of the fire wall in time and was devoured by the flames. At this point, the surrounding 3rd grade Arcanists were all silent. They didn't dare to go up because they knew that they couldn't compete with 4th grade Arcanists. I'll go. An aged voice sounded out as another figure flew out. This person had white hair and his robes fluttered in the wind. It was Master Kuraki. Zhuoan nodded when he saw Master Kuraki standing in front of the fire wall of 10 fists. Master Kuraki's progress was fast compared to other Arcanists. His mental energy had already reached the greater 4th grade, and Zhuoan believed that Master Kuraki would be able to destroy 5 fire walls of 10 fists. Finally, a 4th grade Arcanist is going up. His name is Kuraki, and he seems to be one of the 8th Elder subordinates. Master Kuraki immediately attracted the attention of the crowd when he went up. Many people even recognized him. The 8th Elder, who was sitting on the 8th seat, stared at Master Kuraki with a smile on his face. Old 8th. Your subordinate Kuraki's talent is pretty good. He's only half a century old, but his mental energy has already reached the greater 4th grade. If he's properly nurtured, he'll definitely have a chance to break through to the 5th grade, Elder Glaze said to the 8th elder. Brother Glaze is too kind. Compared to Blazing Flame, Kuraki is still lacking, the 8th elder said modestly. Ha! Then let's wait and see Kuraki's performance. Chapter 723. SS Flaming Flames attack. Master Kuraki's face was gloomy. Although his mind power had reached the advanced 4th grade, he was still nervous when facing the 10 Fists wall. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying mental energy burst out and surrounded Master Kuraki, forming countless transparent air blades. Go! Master Kuraki let out a loud roar, and the air blades formed by his spiritual power flew everywhere, instantly hitting the 10 Fists firewall. Boom! Boom! With 3 explosions, the first 3 firewalls of the firewall of 10 Fists collapsed instantly. However, Master Kuraki's spiritual energy blade did not slow down at all. It surged out again and hit the 4th firewall. Boom! The 4th wall of fire was broken. At this time, Master Kuraki's forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that breaking the 4th wall was a little difficult for him. Break the 5th wall too! Master Kuraki shouted. He exerted the mind power in his Naiwan palace to the extreme and rushed out again. Countless chi blades gathered together and turned into a chi blade that was dozens of feet long. The chi blade slashed out and hit the 5th wall. Suddenly, there was a strange sound and countless sparks flew out like a meteor shower. The chi blade and the wall were in a stalemate for a while. Break! Master Kuraki shouted. The chi blade grew bigger. With a clear buzzing sound, the chi blade pierced through the wall like a hot knife through butter. The 5th wall was broken directly. He's worthy of being an advanced 4th grade arcana master. He broke the 5th wall directly. When the 5th fire wall was broken, the surrounding people let out a burst of exclamations. They looked at Grandmaster Kuraki with eyes full of splendor. The 8th elder, who was sitting on the high platform, nodded. Master Kuraki was his key disciple. He was proud to see such an outstanding performance. I wonder if Master Kuraki can break the 6th wall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Grandmaster Kuraki's back. They were all looking forward to Grandmaster Kuraki breaking the 6th wall. Their eyes were full of hope. Finally, Master Kuraki made his move again. Once again, he unleashed a terrifying chi blade. However, this time, the chi blade he condensed was several times stronger than before. It looked extremely terrifying. Rumble. The chi blade finally landed on the 6th wall of fire. Following that, a wave of chi spread out in a circular shape. The ground shook violently, and many people almost fell to the ground. The 6th wall of fire was extremely terrifying. Even though Master Kuraki's energy blade was much more powerful than the previous one, it still couldn't break through the wall of fire. Moreover, the counterattack of this wall of fire was much more powerful than the 5th one. Endless flame tentacles emerged and bombarded the energy blade. Puchi. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Master Kuraki's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the 6th wall of fire to be so terrifying. Rumble. The chi blade suddenly shattered, and the surface of the 6th wall actually gave birth to a monstrous sea of fire, which swept toward Master Kuraki. Master Kuraki's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated from the fire wall. The 6th wall of fire is so terrifying. Even Grandmaster Kuraki had to stop here. Looking at Grandmaster Kuraki, who took the initiative to retreat, the surrounding people let out a sigh of disappointment. Originally, they had hoped that Grandmaster Kuraki would be able to break through the 6th firewall, but now it seemed impossible. Being able to break 5 walls of fire, Master Karaki's result is already very good. Elder Glaze nodded and praised. The eighth elder frowned slightly. Obviously, Master Karaki's performance this time did not particularly satisfy him. However, the result of breaking 5 walls of fire was indeed not bad, but it was not good either. After Master Karaki's attempt, the other level 4 arcanists came forward one after another to try. However, none of them could break through 6 walls of fire. The highest was about the same as Master Karaki, breaking through 5 walls of fire. Although the headquarters of the Arcane Guild was huge, level 4 arcanists were still extremely rare. After a while, most of the level 4 arcanists had tried, but none of them could break through Master Karaki's result. At most, it was a tie. Brother Glaze, Yanhua should have made his move. I believe that with Yanhua's strength, it should be easy for him to break through 6 walls of fire. At this moment, the rest of the elders spoke one after another. Their gazes were focused on the purple figure on the other side of the square. That person was Elder Glaze's son, Master Yanhua. He. Thank you for your praise. Yanhua, you can make your move now. Although Elder Glaze's words were modest, there was no trace of modesty on her face. Instead, her smile was extremely bright. Yes. Finally, Master Yanhua, who was originally motionless, lowered his head and responded. He took a step and floated to the front of the 10 walls of fire. His eyes were filled with confidence. It's Master Yanhua. It's finally Master Yanhua's turn to make his move. He's a popular figure in this elder election. Moreover, according to the rumors, this elder election is actually held for Master Yanhua. Elder Glaze has great power in the Arcane Guild. She has long wanted to promote Master Yanhua to the position of elder. Unfortunately, she did not have an excuse. Now, this elder election is the opportunity for Elder Glaze to promote Master Yanhua. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Among them, there were also some people who had foresight who gave their insightful opinions. Many people agreed with them. Although Elder Glaze's action of giving preferential treatment made many people unhappy, Master Yanhua was indeed very strong. It was only a matter of time before he was promoted to elder. Now that Elder Glaze held this elder election, it was nothing more than to push the time for Master Yanhua to be promoted to elder. Zhuowen, who was in the crowd, heard the discussions around him and nodded in agreement. Elder Glaze's action was very obvious. In the Arcane Guild, if one wanted to become an elder, one's mental energy must reach the 5th grade. Although Master Yanhua's mental energy talent was very strong, it would not be so fast for him to reach the 5th grade. It would probably take him several years. Moreover, because Grandmaster Yanhua had the terrifying secret technique that Elder Glaze had imparted to him, it was difficult for him to find a worthy opponent among the rank 4 arcanists. It was simply too difficult for the other arcanists to compete with Grandmaster Yanhua in the elder selection. Master Yanhua came to the high platform and respectfully bowed to the 8 elders. He said in a clear voice, Master Yanhua is not talented, but I am willing to give it a try. I hope that the elders will grant my wish. When Master Yanhua said that, the 8 elders on the high platform nodded in satisfaction. Master Yanhua's talent was indeed very strong. They had always thought highly of him. In the elders' opinion, Master Yanhua's promotion to the 5th grade was something that was set in stone. There was nothing wrong with giving the 10th elder's position to Master Yanhua in advance. Ha! Master Yanhua, go ahead. Don't disappoint your father. Elder Glaze laughed. Father, don't worry. Master Yanhua cupped his hands again and slowly walked to the wall of fire. His eyes were filled with arrogance. The other 4th grade arcanists were not as strong as him. They couldn't even break through the 6th wall of fire. To Master Yanhua, they were not a threat at all. This time, Master Yanhua wanted to establish his prestige in front of the other arcanists so that his path to becoming an elder would be smoother. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Yanhua stomped his foot. Instantly, a surge of mental energy gushed out. The strange thing was that Grandmaster Yanhua was surrounded by balls of black flames, like a guardian god, surrounding him in the middle. Break! 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 Master Yanhua shouted. Black flames surrounded his body and a black flame arrow shot towards the wall of fire. Crack! The black flame arrow arrived in an instant. The first wall of fire was instantly shattered. Following that, the second and third wall of fire were shattered one after another without any delay. Whoosh! The third wall of fire was shattered. The black flame arrow did not lose any momentum and crashed into the fourth wall of fire. Ding! The strength of the fourth wall of fire was clearly much stronger than the previous three. Countless flame tentacles surged out and wrapped around the black flame arrow. For a moment, the black flame arrow was unable to move at all. It's not that easy to stop me. Grandmaster Yanhua coldly snorted. He extended his right hand into the air and the black flame arrow that was entangled by him directly exploded and turned into a cloud of black flame fog. The intense explosion directly shattered the fourth wall of fire and revealed the fifth wall of fire behind it. At this moment, Master Yanhua did not show any signs of carelessness. He stomped his foot and a few more black flame arrows appeared behind him. He then shot them towards the fifth wall of fire. When the black flame arrows collided with the fifth wall of fire, they exploded again. Although the fifth wall of fire was powerful, it could not withstand the explosive power of the black flame arrows and collapsed. The sixth wall of fire. If Master Yanhua can shatter the sixth wall of fire, the position of the 10th elder will be his. When the fifth wall of fire collapsed, the surrounding people revealed excited expressions. They wanted to see if Master Yanhua could shatter the sixth wall of fire that had not been broken yet. Black flame sky explosion. A shout suddenly rang out. In front of the wall of fire, Master Yanhua stomped his foot. Endless black flame burst out from his body and formed a dense black flame arrow in the air behind him. Swoosh! 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 Countless black flame arrows turned into a black rain and flew towards the sixth wall of fire. Bang! 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 Dense sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Following which, the crowd was shocked to discover that the sixth wall of fire had collapsed under the black flame sky explosion. So powerful! The sixth wall of fire has collapsed just like that. Look, the black flame sky explosion is not over yet. It's heading towards the seventh wall of fire. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Following which, the crowd shifted their gazes and discovered that the countless black flame arrows that were formed by the black flame sky explosion did not disappear. Instead, they continued to fly towards the seventh wall of fire. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out. With a kacha sound, the seventh wall of fire had completely collapsed under the crowd's gazes. The surrounding atmosphere also became silent. Chapter 724. Settling Old Score 7 Flame Walls. Grandmaster Yanhua's final result was 7 flame walls. Everyone was stunned at first, but soon after, they burst into an uproar. Grandmaster Yanhua was able to break through the 6th flame wall, which was already impressive. However, Grandmaster Yanhua was able to break through the 7th flame wall like a hot knife through butter. Everyone knew that the position of the 10th elder belonged to Grandmaster Yanhua. Because other than Grandmaster Yanhua, no other arcana master could break through 5 flame walls, not to mention Grandmaster Yanhua's record of 7 flame walls. At this moment, Grandmaster Yanhua slowly retreated and stood proudly a few dozen meters away from the 10 flame walls. He looked at the surrounding people and the arrogance on his face became even more intense. 7 flame walls was indeed not bad for a grade 4 arcana master. Grandmaster Yanhua also knew that the position of the 10th elder would be his. However, Grandmaster Yan Hua was looking forward to the reward of becoming the 10th elder, the realm of the transformation technique. If he had the realm of the transformation technique, Grandmaster Yan Hua was confident that he would be able to advance from grade 4 perfect to grade 5 arcana master in a short period of time. At that time, he would be worthy of the 10th elder's position. Ha! Yan Hua, you really didn't disappoint your father. On the high platform, Elder Lu Li suddenly burst into laughter. His face was like a blooming chrysanthemum, which looked extremely ugly at this moment. The other 7 elders cupped their hands and congratulated Elder Lu Li, causing the smile on Elder Lu Li's face to become even wider. Slowly standing up, Elder Lu Li said in a clear voice, Grandmaster Yan Hua broke through 7 flame walls. Such a result should be obvious to everyone, right? The selection of the elder is fair. Only those who can break through the most flame walls will be able to obtain the elder's position. Of course, if anyone thinks that they can surpass Yan Hua's record, feel free to give it a try. Elder Lu Li smiled as he looked at the surrounding people. This caused many people to feel extremely helpless. Grandmaster Yan Hua's result was too abnormal. It was impossible for them to achieve it. They could only look at it and sigh. Looking at the crowd that suddenly became silent, Elder Lu Li's smile became even more brilliant. He waved his right hand and said, since that's the case, the final candidate for the 10th elder's position is, wait. Before Elder Lu Li could finish speaking, a clear voice slowly rang out, causing Elder Lu Li's words to freeze. The sudden interruption caused Elder Lu Li to be displeased. She followed the voice and her gaze immediately landed on a young man in the crowd. The gazes of the surrounding people were also attracted by the interruption from earlier. Their gazes gathered on the body of the young man who had spoken. This was especially the case when they saw the 3 stars symbol on the young man's chest. All of them began to discuss spiritedly. This kid is really courting death. He actually dared to interrupt when Elder Lu Li was speaking. Is he tired of living? From the looks of it, this kid is only a rank 3 arcana master. Could it be that he wants to challenge Grandmaster Inferno? That's impossible. This kid is only a 3rd rank arcana master. He probably won't even be able to break through 3 firewalls. Challenging Grandmaster Pyroblast is simply courting death. In front of the 10 Fists firewall, Grandmaster Yan Hua also turned his head around. His eyes focused on the young man who had spoken. His expression was startled as his pupils shrunk. This was because the young man who had spoken was no stranger to him. It was Zhuowen who had bid against him for the boundless sword formation back at the inspection treasure hall. Little friend, what do you mean? Elder Lu Li was slightly displeased as she spoke. Zhuowen raised his head and glanced indifferently at Elder Lu Li. His gaze then landed on Grandmaster Yan Hua as he said indifferently, Grandmaster Yan Hua, what a coincidence. We meet again. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. From the way this young man spoke, it seemed like he knew Grandmaster Yan Hua. Grandmaster Yan Hua's gaze was gloomy as he coldly said, I really didn't expect that a little bastard like you would actually dare to come to Baiyang town. I really admire your courage and insight. Ha! Why wouldn't I dare to come? That day at the inspection treasure hall's entrance, I already said that I will remember the enmity from that day. I will definitely pay you a visit another day. Today is the day I fulfill my promise. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up as he spoke indifferently. Oh. You intend to directly attack me? Grandmaster Yan Hua raised his eyebrows as he looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at an idiot. This was the Arcane Guild and his father, Elder Lu Li, was on the high platform. If Zhuowen were to attack him, he would be courting death. Moreover, Zhuowen had already fled pathetically from him. He didn't think that the current Zhuowen would be a match for him. Attack? I'll settle this with you later. Right now, I'm here to run for the position of the 10th elder. Zhuowen shook his head as he walked towards the flame wall of 10 fists. His gaze was as calm as water. This kid actually intends to challenge Grandmaster Yanhua. He's just a third-grade arcana master. How could he possibly break the record of 7 flame walls of 10 fists? This kid is just asking for humiliation. Let's see how this kid will end up. The surrounding people were in an uproar. However, most of them were mocking and watching a joke. What could a mere third-grade arcana master accomplish on the flame wall of 10 fists? Oh. You also intend to run for the position of the 10th elder? It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but your mental energy cultivation is too low. It's simply a waste of effort. I advise you not to humiliate yourself. On the high platform, Elder Lu Li's expression was extremely displeased. He had originally planned to announce that Grandmaster Yanhua would be the 10th elder. However, he was interrupted by a brat who smelled like milk. Moreover, this brat was only a third-grade arcana master. Therefore, Elder Lu Li was extremely displeased. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his demeanor as the second elder, he would have already attacked when Zhuowen interrupted him. I'd like to ask Elder Lu Li, didn't you say that the elder selection is fair and just? Isn't it fine for anyone to make a move? Why are you pushing me when I want to make a move? Or are you afraid that Grandmaster Yanhua is inferior to me and I'll take over the position of the 10th elder? Zhuowen raised his head and looked directly at Elder Lu Li on the high platform. His words were filled with impoliteness. Who are you calling trash? Grandmaster Yanhua's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet and stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's words were too presumptuous. He actually dared to call him trash in front of everyone. With Grandmaster Yanhua's arrogant character, how could he not be angry? You want to make a move? Are you driven to desperation? It seems that both father and son are lacking in confidence. You don't dare to let me try the 10 fists flame wall. Zhuowen shook his head and mocked. Elder Lu Li frowned. The youth in front of him was young, but his tone was not small. Moreover, he had contradicted him many times. This caused Elder Lu Li to be slightly annoyed. Humph. The elder selection is fair and just. Since you want to try it, I naturally won't stop you. At this point, Elder Lu Li changed the topic and said coldly, however, you have contradicted me many times. If you can't surpass Grandmaster Yanhua's result this time, don't blame me for punishing you with the crime of disturbance. When Elder Lu Li said this, many people, including Grandmaster Yanhua, looked at Zhuowen with ridicule. They all knew that Zhuowen had thoroughly angered Elder Lu Li. If Zhuowen's result could not surpass Grandmaster Yanhua's this time, Elder Lu Li would not let him go. Moreover, in their opinion, Zhuowen was bound to lose this time. Grandmaster Yanhua was a complete grade 4 Arcana Master, while the youth in front of them was only a grade 3 Arcana Master. The difference between the two of them was too great. How could this youth surpass Grandmaster Yanhua's result? Under the pitiful gazes of many people, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the 10 fists flame wall and said indifferently, of course. When these words came out, the surrounding people revealed strange expressions. Is there something wrong with this youth? He actually agreed to try the 10 fists flame wall. Is this kid really so confident that he can surpass Grandmaster Yanhua? Zhuowen suddenly changed the topic and said, however, if my results surpass this trash's, I only want one of his arms. I still have a debt to settle with him back then. You want one of Grandmaster Yanhua's arms? Elder Lu Li narrowed her eyes and said coldly. What? You don't dare to bet? Zhuowen's gaze suddenly fell on Grandmaster Yanhua and said indifferently. At this moment, Grandmaster Yanhua's eyes flickered. Zhuowen's fearlessness made him hesitate. He thought to himself, could it be that this Zhuowen has some kind of backup plan? Grandmaster Yanhua's hesitant attitude was seen by everyone. It immediately stirred waves of private conversations. There were even quite a number of people who revealed doubtful expressions on their faces. Humph. Why wouldn't I dare to bet? If your result surpasses mine, I'll break one of your arms. However, if you can't surpass me, I'll take your life. Suddenly, Grandmaster Yan Hua said fiercely. Sure. In any case, I'll definitely take your arm. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Zhuowen straightforwardly agreed. Such a straightforward attitude caused Grandmaster Yan Hua to faintly feel that something was wrong. At this moment, the other elders on the high platform also revealed strange expressions. This youth who suddenly appeared was really fearless. Could it be that he really had some kind of backing? Or was he deliberately mystifying things? Humph. Let's see what kind of tricks this kid will play. Elder Luli coldly snorted and sat back down on her seat. She indifferently stared at Zhuowen's figure. Grandmaster Yan Hua also retreated to one side. He crossed his arms and coldly looked at Zhuowen in front of him. The corner of his mouth was filled with a cold smile. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the 10 fists flame wall. A terrifying mental energy violently surged out and directly formed an endless mental energy storm around his body, tearing apart the surrounding space. Chapter 725. Breaking Through 10 Walls Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded as the first wall of fire was instantly broken. At the same time, the terrifying mental energy storm swept towards the second wall of fire with irresistible force. Boom! 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 3 more explosions resounded. In the blink of an eye, the mental energy storm actually broke through 3 walls of fire and reached the 5th wall of fire. The 3 explosions were like firecrackers that stirred the hearts of the crowd. Their gazes involuntarily gathered on the figure in front of the wall of fire. What astonished them was that the youth before them didn't seem to be straining at all. To be able to break through 4 walls of fire with such ease, this kid isn't simple. Grandmaster Yanhua, who was standing not far away, frowned slightly. A ripple appeared in his heart. Zhuowen breaking through 4 walls of fire made him feel a trace of astonishment. To be able to break through 4 walls of fire with a 3rd-grade mental energy, this kid isn't bad. However, this is as far as he goes. Grandmaster Yanhua revealed a confident smile. He didn't believe that Zhuowen could break through the 5th wall of fire with just a 3rd-grade mental energy. Boom! As expected, the mental energy storm that was originally unstoppable suddenly stopped when it reached the 5th wall of fire. TSS. 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 Countless flaming tentacles emerged from the walls of fire and bombarded the mental energy storm, causing it to involuntarily retreat. Zhuowen. You can't even break through the 5th wall of fire, yet you want to break my record? What a fool's dream. Grandmaster Yanhua immediately mocked and the mental energy storm was blocked. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Previously, they had a bet. If Zhuowen's results weren't as good as his, then Zhuowen's life would belong to him. This kid had provoked him many times and even competed with him for the greater everlasting sword formation, causing him to miss out on the opportunity to obtain the greater everlasting sword formation. He was already filled with killing intent towards this kid. Today was a great opportunity. Zhuowen didn't know what was good for him and appeared in the elder selection. He could make use of the bet from before to get rid of this kid once and for all. Who said that I can't break through the 5th wall of fire? Which dog eye of yours saw that? Zhuowen smiled coldly and stomped his foot. An even more terrifying spiritual energy surged out. The spiritual storm that had been blocked outside actually split into 3 even more terrifying spiritual storms. Gotcha. The 5th wall of fire was broken, and the storm was extremely fast. When it arrived before the 6th wall of fire, it still crushed the 6th wall of fire. Looking at the mental energy tempest that had strengthened in an instant, as well as the 5th and 6th fire walls that had been broken consecutively, the surrounding people fell into a state of silence. A 4th-tier Arcana Master. This kid is actually a 4th-tier Arcana Master. After a moment of silence, a wave of excitement broke out amongst the crowd. Breaking through 5 walls of fire and shattering the 6th was not something a rank 3 Arcana Master could accomplish. Grandmaster Yanhua's pupils shrank as his heart trembled violently. His heart thumped wildly. He did not expect Zhuowen's mental energy to suddenly increase. A rank 4 Arcana Master. This kid actually concealed himself so deeply. Grandmaster Yanhua furrowed his brows. Just as he was pondering, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out, immediately attracting his attention. When Grandmaster Yanhua's gaze landed on the 7th wall of fire of the 10 fists, a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, the 7th wall of fire had actually been broken. This kid is actually a complete 4th-tier Arcana Master. He actually managed to break through the 7th wall of fire. He concealed himself so deeply. This kid is clearly wearing a rank 3 Arcana Master's robe, but he actually concealed the strength of a 4th-tier Arcana Master. What a terrifying kid. Once the 7th wall of fire was broken, the surrounding people were unable to remain calm. The sound of discussion was like a storm that spread throughout the entire space. What? This kid? On the high platform, the 8 elders all revealed astonished expressions, especially Elder Lu Li. She furrowed her brows and used a bit of strength on her right hand to crush the armrest. No wonder this kid dared to challenge Yanhua. So it turns out that he also possesses a complete 4th-tier Arcana Master. Elder Lu Li's eyes flickered as she thought to herself. In this way, Yanhua and Zhuowen's results of the 10 fists wall of fire were tied. However, with Elder Lu Li's methods, she could still push Grandmaster Yanhua to the position of the 10th elder. As for Zhuowen, Elder Lu Li narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was already filled with a dense chill. Zhuowen had provoked her many times, so Elder Lu Li was already very unhappy with Zhuowen. Furthermore, this kid actually managed to break through the 7th wall of fire, tying with Yanhua. Thus, Elder Lu Li had already sentenced Zhuowen to death in her heart. Rumble. Suddenly, another cracking sound rang out. The 8th wall of fire was suddenly broken, turning into countless sparks. Standing in front of the wall of fire, Zhuowen slowly withdrew his mental energy. His gaze was fixed on Grandmaster Yanhua, who was not far away. He said indifferently, 8 walls of fire. This result has already surpassed yours. Now, you can break one of your arms. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone around the square fell into silence. Their gazes were all fixed on Zhuowen's body and the 8th wall of fire that had already been broken. In this silent atmosphere, Zhuowen's voice was like rolling thunder. It resounded in everyone's ears, causing them to have an illusion of tinnitus. Grandmaster Yanhua was also stunned. His gaze was fixed on the 8th wall of fire that had already been broken. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How did Zhuowen break the 8th wall of fire? He was a complete 4th-tier Arcana Master, but even he couldn't break the 8th wall of fire. So how did Zhuowen do it? Could it be that this youth before him is a 5th-tier Arcana Master? When the 8th wall of fire was broken, this was the first thought that appeared in Grandmaster Yanhua's mind. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Zhuowen was too young. How could he be a 5th-tier Arcana Master at such a young age? It's a coincidence. It's definitely a coincidence. Grandmaster Yanhua muttered to himself. Tang, tang, tang. On the high platform, the 8 elders stood up one after another. Their pupils shrank as they focused on Zhuowen and the 8th wall of fire that had been broken. They were also shocked that Zhuowen could break the 8th wall of fire. What made them even more shocked was that when Zhuowen broke the 8th wall of fire, he didn't seem to have exerted any effort at all. In other words, the 8th wall of fire was far from Zhuowen's limit. More importantly, Zhuowen was still so young. He was only about 20 years old. To be able to achieve such an achievement at such a young age, it could only be said that he was a peerless monster. Grandmaster Yanhua. I believe that you are someone who keeps your promises. Now, you should break one of your arms. Zhuowen once again spoke in a clear voice. His clear and melodious voice seemed so abrupt and crisp in the entire square. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's gazes instantly gathered on Grandmaster Yanhua, who had a gloomy expression on his face. What Zhuowen said was the truth. At the beginning, Grandmaster Yanhua had readily agreed to Zhuowen's bet. Now that Zhuowen had won, it was time for Grandmaster Yanhua to fulfill his promise. However, did Grandmaster Yanhua really dare to fulfill his promise and break one of his arms? The answer was naturally no. Humph. Zhuowen, you broke the 8th wall of fire by luck. I don't believe that you broke it with your own strength. You must have used some unknown method. Grandmaster Yanhua's gaze was gloomy. His voice was low and hoarse. He was actually planning to quibble. As soon as Grandmaster Yanhua said this, the surrounding people began to discuss among themselves. Their gazes gathered on Grandmaster Yanhua. Many of them revealed looks of disdain. Grandmaster Yanhua had clearly promised to accept the bet. Now that he had lost, he was actually quibbling. This caused many people to have a bad impression of him. Grandmaster Yanhua naturally heard the discussions of the surrounding people. His expression turned ugly. The prestige he had accumulated in the past had completely fallen today. It was all because of Zhuowen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. You say that I got lucky? Zhuowen looked at Grandmaster Yanhua as if he was looking at an idiot. His voice became even colder. Humph. Luck is luck. You are only a grade 4 arcana master. I don't believe that you broke the 8th wall of fire with your own strength. Grandmaster Yanhua continued to quibble. You say that I didn't break the wall of fire with my own strength? As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot once again. An even more terrifying mental energy burst out. Under the effect of this mental energy, the surrounding space almost collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The terrifying mental energy gushed out, forming thousands of mental energy hurricanes in the air. They violently crushed the 9th wall of fire below. Crack. A clear shattering sound rang out once again. The 9th wall of fire cracked, and countless tiny sparks flew out. Hiss. 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 When the 9th wall of fire was broken, everyone in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were finally filled with shock. The 9th wall of fire was broken by Zhuowen just like that. Is this still luck? Why don't you tell me? After breaking the 9th wall of fire, Zhuowen stomped his foot forward. His cold gaze was filled with ruthlessness as he stared at Grandmaster Yanhua. Grandmaster Yanhua fell silent. His pupils shrank until they were as small as needles. The 9th wall of fire had been broken by Zhuowen. It was useless for him to quibble now. The truth was right in front of him. He, Grandmaster Yanhua, had no choice but to admit that he had lost. Not going to say anything? Are you still not convinced? Then I'll make you accept your loss wholeheartedly. Zhuowen coldly snorted. In an instant, countless mental energy gathered. The thousands of mental energy hurricanes in the air were extinguished, and a long spear was formed. This was the mental energy spear. Its power was terrifying and vast. Whoosh! Like an arrow, the long spear pierced through the air and instantly reached the 10th wall of fire. He intends to break the last wall of the 10-fist wall of fire. What a terrifying fellow. As soon as the mental energy spear was formed, everyone guessed Zhuowen's intention. A commotion broke out. Rumble. The mental energy spear collided with the 10th wall of fire. In an instant, a sea of fire spread out, wanting to completely block the mental energy spear. Can it block it? Zhuowen muttered to himself. A surge of intent realm was added to the mental energy spear. In an instant, the mental energy spear was surrounded by countless spear shadows, and its power increased dramatically. Crack! Chapter 726. The eruption of conflict. A series of cracking noises could be heard echoing throughout the square, soaring into the sky. At this moment, the 10th wall of fire completely collapsed in front of everyone's eyes, turning into countless sparks. Silence. Whether it was the crowd below the square or the 8 elders on the high platform, they all fell into a tacit silence. The 10 fists wall of fire was divided into 10 layers, and each layer was harder and more terrifying than the previous one. Master Yanhua was the most outstanding genius of the Arcane Guild. Even Master Yanhua could only break the 7th wall of fire. However, this young man named Zhuowen not only surpassed Master Yanhua, but he also broke the 8th, 9th, and even the 10th wall of fire. The 10 fists wall of fire was broken through by Zhuowen. Oh my God! The 10th wall of fire was also broken through. Who is this young man? How can he be so terrifying? This young man is definitely a 5th grade arcanist, or else he wouldn't be able to break through the 10 fists wall of fire. 5th grade arcanist. This young man is only in his 20s, and he's already a 5th grade arcanist at such a young age. What a terrifying talent. After a long period of silence, there was an uproar in the surrounding square. It was like thunder that resounded throughout the entire square. On the high platform, the eyes of the 8 great elders were also staring intently at Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with fervent heat. The Zhuowen in front of them was definitely a genius, a monstrous genius. This kind of genius was more than qualified to become an elder of the Arcane Guild. Elder Glaze frowned, especially when he noticed the expressions of the other 7 elders and the surrounding crowd. His face also darkened. However, now that the results of the 10 fists wall of fire were out, as the host, he naturally had to speak. Your name is Zhuowen, right? Your talent is not bad. There aren't many young people who can break through the 10 fists wall of fire. You're a rare genius. According to the rules of the elder election, you've won the final victory. In the future, you'll be the 10th elder of the Arcane Guild. At this point, Elder Glaze suddenly turned to the stunned Master Yanhua and shouted, Yanhua, come back. I don't blame you for losing this time. Go back and cultivate well. When you advance to rank 5, you can still become an elder. When Elder Lu Li said this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. However, he was sneering in his heart. This Elder Lu Li had a good plan. He hadn't settled his bet with Grandmaster Yanhua yet, but Elder Lu Li actually wanted Grandmaster Yanhua to leave first. This move was clearly intended to renege on the debt. The surrounding people also understood Elder Lu Li's actions. They discussed spiritedly, but no one refuted her. Elder Glaze was the 2nd elder of the Arcane Guild. She held a high position and was very powerful. No one dared to offend her. Naturally, no one would speak up for Zhuowen. When Grandmaster Yanhua heard this, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands at Elder Lu Li as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He actually planned to walk towards Elder Lu Li. Whoosh. A piercing sound could be heard, causing Grandmaster Yanhua's expression to change. He quickly turned around and countless black flames rushed out from his body, forming a wall of black flames in front of him. Rumble. The piercing sound instantly reached the wall of black flames. Grandmaster Yanhua only felt a huge force coming towards him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He glared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly walked over with a bone spear in his hand. His gaze was incomparably cold. You want to leave? You'd better leave an arm behind first. Zhuowen's indifferent voice slowly rang out. Presumptuous. You actually dare to make a move in front of me. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Elder Lu Li suddenly shouted as she stared coldly at Zhuowen. The veins on her forehead bulged. This Zhuowen was too presumptuous. He actually dared to make a move in front of her. Presumptuous? How am I presumptuous? Grandmaster Yan Hua publicly reneged on the debt. That's the real presumptuous. And you, why should I put you in my eyes? Zhuowen turned around and shouted as well. His words didn't have the slightest scruple. This elder Lu Li had been targeting him from the start. Naturally, Zhuowen wouldn't show him any respect. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. This Zhuowen was too presumptuous. He actually dared to contradict Elder Lu Li. Good, good, good. It's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. Kid, you're really courting death. Elder Lu Li shouted angrily. His wrinkled face was filled with malevolence. As the second elder of the Arcane Art Guild, he had a high position and authority. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Now, not only did someone say it, but it was also a junior. Where could Elder Lu Li put his old face? If he didn't get rid of this kid, where would his dignity as the second elder be? Like father, like son. You're not a good old man either. Today, your son's arm will be severed. Zhuowen coldly snorted. He took a step forward and rushed towards Grandmaster Yan Hua. His speed was extremely fast. Little bastard, how dare you? Elder Glaze let out a cold snort and directly attacked Zhuowen. Her skinny right hand reached out, and a terrifying mental energy slapped out toward Zhuowen. Humph. In the face of Elder Lu Li's crushing mental strength, Zhuowen didn't dodge at all. He continued to rush towards Grandmaster Yan Hua. Is this kid courting death? He actually ignored Elder Lu Li's attack. Looking at Zhuowen's crazy action, the surrounding people were astonished. Elder Lu Li was a 5th grade Great Perfection Arcanist. His mental strength was extremely terrifying. This Zhuowen was simply courting death. At the moment when Elder Lu Li's mental strength approached, Zhuowen twisted his waist and similarly, the 5th grade Great Perfection's mental strength poured out. Rumble. The two mental strengths collided and instantly exploded into countless sparks. Then, they were annihilated at the same time. Zhuowen didn't stop and continued to rush towards Grandmaster Yan Hua. What? Elder Lu Li's mental strength was broken. This kid's mental strength has also reached the 5th grade Great Perfection. When the two mental strengths collided in mid-air and were annihilated at the same time, everyone was shocked. Zhuowen, a young man who wasn't famous in their eyes, actually blocked Elder Lu Li's mental strength and annihilated it. This was too terrifying. At this moment, Grandmaster Yan Hua's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. When Zhuowen broke through the 10 Fists firewall, he knew that Zhuowen's mental strength had already reached the 5th grade. In addition, when he annihilated Elder Lu Li's mental strength, he was even more certain that the Zhuowen in front of him was a 5th grade Great Perfection Arcanist. He didn't have the confidence to fight against such an existence. Grandmaster Yan Hua. Previously, I said that I would pay you a visit another day. Today, I, Zhuowen, am here. Why are you retreating again and again? Zhuowen arrived in an instant. His voice was like thunder and filled with sarcasm. Zhuowen. Don't think that I'm really afraid of you. Grandmaster Yan Hua's eyes were gloomy. Instantly, countless black flames burst out. These black flames gathered and turned into countless black flame arrows. Black flame sky explosion. As soon as the black flame arrows were formed, they immediately turned into countless black rain curtains that shot toward Zhuowen. The power of the black flame sky explosion is indeed terrifying. However, I am different today. Your black flame sky explosion is no longer of much use to me. Zhuowen smiled indifferently. The aura of a peak ultimate seven-will emperor surged out of his body like a volcano erupting. It formed countless terrifying cyclones on the surface of his body. Following which, Zhuowen shook the bone spear in his right hand. A terrifying spear intent erupted and formed countless blue spear shadows. These spear shadows were like wriggling tadpoles and rushed towards the countless black flame arrows. Boom! 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 What surprised everyone was that the imposing black flame sky explosion was completely suppressed by Zhuowen's spear intent. In an instant, the countless black flame arrows were completely annihilated. So, Zhuowen stomped his foot and instantly passed by Grandmaster Yanhua. A severed arm suddenly soared into the sky, dripping with fresh blood as it fell to the ground. Grandmaster Yanhua instantly howled miserably. He held his severed right arm and howled miserably. His voice was extremely mournful. When he looked at Zhuowen, his eyes were filled with hatred. The miserable howl attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When they saw that Grandmaster Yanhua's arm had been severed, they were all shocked. What a ruthless person. He said that he would sever Grandmaster Yanhua's arm, and he really did it. The youth before them was young, but his methods were extremely ruthless and merciless. This kind of person was the worst to provoke. Once provoked, the outcome would be very miserable. Ah! Father, save me! Kill this bastard! Grandmaster Yanhua held his empty right arm and howled miserably. Blood flowed out from his severed arm like a faucet. He quickly begged Elder Luli for help. When Elder Luli, who was in the air, heard Grandmaster Yanhua's miserable howl, his body trembled. His eyes were filled with a towering rage. Zhuowen was too despicable. He actually dared to sever Grandmaster Yanhua's arm. Little bastard! I want you to die. I want you to die an ugly death. Elder Luli roared and dashed toward Zhuowen. In an instant, he was above Zhuowen's head. His skinny right hand dipped down again, and his terrifying mental power transformed into countless mental storms, crushing down. Zhuowen had a cold smile on his face. He stomped on the ground and instantly grabbed Grandmaster Yanhua, who was rolling on the ground in pain. He lifted him up and faced Elder Luli's attack in the air. Pu Qi. The mental energy storm was extremely fast. It instantly arrived below. Grandmaster Yanhua's miserable howl stopped abruptly as a bloody mist exploded. Grandmaster Yanhua was actually killed by this mental energy storm. The moment Grandmaster Yanhua died, Zhuowen formed a hand seal and 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled. He instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Rumble. That horrifying mental energy ruthlessly struck the place where Zhuowen was standing. The ground cracked and countless rocks floated up. It was a spectacular sight. Ah! You actually killed Grandmaster Yanhua. You little bastard. Little bastard. Elder Luli never expected that Zhuowen would use Grandmaster Yanhua as a shield. He did not hold back in his attack at all. When the mental energy storm reached Grandmaster Yanhua, it was already impossible for Elder Luli to withdraw his hand. Just like that, Elder Luli could only watch as Grandmaster Yanhua died before him. Did I kill him? Grandmaster Yanhua clearly died under your attack. You are the one who killed your son. Chapter 727. 9 Dragons' Demise. Elder Luli's face was filled with malevolence. It was all because of this bastard that Yanhua had died in front of him. Furthermore, he had killed Yanhua. Elder Luli's eyes were filled with killing intent. The grudge of his son's death was irreconcilable. Today, I will definitely kill you. Elder Luli roared angrily. With a shake of his sleeve, 9 ink-black crystals gushed out and scattered around Elder Luli's body. Waves of ink-black mist gushed out from the crystals. Roar! A series of dragon roars suddenly spread throughout the entire square. Then, the 9 clouds of fog actually shrank and changed shape, turning into 9 huge dragons. The flood dragon was vivid and lifelike. Its cold scales reflected a frightening cold light, and the cold teeth it revealed were filled with the smell of blood. 9 dragons' demise. When the 9 dragons appeared, everyone in the square cried out in surprise. Even the expressions of the other 7 elders on the high platform changed. The 9 dragons' demise was a grade 5 origin array that Elder Luli had kept for many years. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was said that the 9 black crystals that made up the 9 flood dragons' demise were refined from the blood essence of a flood dragon in the deep sea. The souls of the flood dragons were also fused into them. Once activated, 9 flood dragon souls could be released. The 9 dragons' demise was Elder Lu Li's trump card. He never expected that he would use it right from the start. Evidently, Elder Lu Li was determined to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen! Die! Accompany Yan Hui in death. Elder Lu Li sneered as he extended his skinny hand. Instantly, the 9 dragons roared as they flew towards Zhuowen. You're not the only one with a grade 5 origin array. I have one too. Zhuowen wasn't afraid as he waved his right hand. Instantly, rays of chilling light flew out from his spiritual ring and formed a massive sword array around him. It was the Greater Everlasting Sword Array. Another grade 5 origin array. I didn't expect this Zhuowen to also possess the Greater Limitless Sword Array. What a terrifying fellow. Looking at Zhuowen, who had summoned the Greater Limitless Sword formation, everyone could not help but be stunned. It seemed that this Zhuowen was not someone to be trifled with. The two of them would definitely have a fierce battle this time. Whoosh! The 9 dragons arrived in an instant. Their huge bodies were like whips as they whipped towards Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the Greater Infinite Sword formation. Thud thud thud. The immense power slammed into the Greater Infinite Sword formation, causing it to tremble violently. The power of the 9 dragons was indeed terrifying. Even the Greater Infinite Sword formation was on the verge of collapse. Weeping blood style. After retreating a few tens of steps, Zhuowen abruptly stopped his figure, then he formed a sword seal and executed the first sword move of the Greater Limitless Sword formation, the Blood Weep style. Instantly, a rain of blood fell around the Greater Infinity Sword formation. The dense rain of blood turned into bloody light that shot towards the 9 serpents. Boom! 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 The bloody light and the serpents collided once again in the void. The terrifying power exploded, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Looking at the terrifying collision in the void, the faces of the people below were filled with shock. The collision between complete grade 5 Arcana Masters was too terrifying. They knew very well that if they were to get a little closer to such a terrifying collision, they would definitely be seriously injured. Little bastard, I'll make sure you die a horrible death today. Elder Lu Li shouted. His hands suddenly formed a seal as he muttered, 9 serpents transforming into dragons. Suddenly, the 9 serpents in the void twisted their huge bodies and let out shrill cries. Within their dark bodies, there was a faint trace of golden light, and a terrifying pressure slowly flowed out. Transforming into dragons, they would transform into real dragons that soared above the 9 heavens. Their power would increase by a few times. Oh no! I have to stop these 9 serpents. Looking at the 9 serpents that were slowly transforming, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He could feel the terror of these 9 serpents. If they were to transform successfully, they would become very difficult to deal with. Yin-yang style. With a cold shout, Zhuowen formed another sword seal. The Greater Infinity Sword formation in the void changed again. Above the sword formation, there was a pattern of yin-yang infinity. The huge sword formation was divided into 2 areas. The left side was filled with darkness, while the right side was dazzling white. Yin-yang infinity was terrifying. Boom! The greater infinity sword formation that was divided into yin and yang suddenly fell down and heavily hit the 9 serpents. Suddenly, the 9 serpents that were still in the process of transforming were smashed to the ground by the sword formation. The terrifying power had directly killed 4 of the serpents. As for the remaining 5 serpents, 3 of them were seriously injured, while the other 2 were much lighter. Kill them. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He pressed down with his right hand and the greater infinity sword formation was divided into yin and yang, crushing the remaining 5 serpents below. Zhuowen's action immediately shocked Elder Lu Li. The serpents had yet to transform completely. If Zhuowen were to kill them in the cradle, everything he had done before would be in vain. I can only sacrifice the pawns to protect the chariot. A ruthless glint flashed across Elder Lu Li's eyes. She knew that it was impossible to completely protect the remaining 5 flood dragons. As long as one of them could successfully transform into a dragon, she would have a chance to turn the tables. Block it. With that thought, Elder Lu Li immediately controlled the remaining 5 serpents. The 3 that were seriously injured broke through the air and flew towards the yin-yang sword formation that was slashing down from the sky. Boom! Under Elder Lu Li's command, the 3 serpents tried their best to block the yin-yang sword formation. Puchi. Unfortunately, the 3 serpents were too seriously injured and could not block it for long. After 5 breaths, they shattered and turned into endless blood mist. The yin-yang sword formation was unstoppable. It continued to sweep towards the 2 serpents below, wanting to completely kill them. Damn it! Just a little more time and the 2 serpents will complete their transformation. Seeing the yin-yang sword formation continue to sweep over, Elder Lu Li's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at one of the 2 serpents below and gritted his teeth. He could only control the serpent to continue blocking the yin-yang sword formation. Roar! The serpent was about to transform into a dragon. The dark scales on its body were glowing with a dazzling golden light, like countless small suns. It was extremely gorgeous. Unfortunately, the serpent had not completely transformed. Only part of its body had transformed. Its head and tail were still black. Boom! The yin-yang sword formation hit the serpent and there was a sound of metal clashing. The body of the serpent that was about to transform into a dragon was extremely powerful. However, the serpent did not have it easy either. The power of the yin-yang sword formation was beyond imagination. The serpent's internal organs were in pain as if they were on fire. Crush it! Zhuowen snorted. The yin-yang sword formation buzzed and the yin-yang pattern suspended above it suddenly rotated at a high speed. Its power soared several times and it hit the serpent again. Crack! Finally, the scales on the serpent's body broke. Pale golden blood spurted out and formed a dazzling fountain in the air. Destroy! The yin-yang sword formation attacked again, instantly slicing hundreds of times. The Jiao dragon wailed at the sky, and its huge body was split into hundreds of pieces. The whole sky was filled with golden blood, and it looked extremely glorious. Ah! Zhuowen, I will make you die miserably. The 9 serpents were basically killed by Zhuowen. There was only one left. Elder Lu Li almost went crazy. Transformed serpent into a dragon. With a roar, the remaining serpent bellowed and its body emitted countless golden rays. It finally shed its serpent body and became a real dragon. The dark scales were all replaced by golden ones. On the huge dragon head, 2 dragon horns that were several feet tall grew out and breathed out terrifying clouds and mist. The soul of a real dragon. The golden real dragon in front of him was the soul of a real dragon transformed from a serpent's soul. The terrifying pressure that it emitted made Zhuowen's face change. What a terrifying real dragon! After the serpent had completely transformed into a real dragon, Elder Lu Li's face became much paler and even a little weak. This secret method of transforming a serpent into a real dragon required a lot of mental energy. Even though he was a complete grade 5 Arcana master, he still felt a little uncomfortable using this secret method. Zhuowen. You're dead. The soul of a real dragon is much more powerful than the 9 serpents' downfall. Just wait for your death. Elder Lu Li laughed, his face full of malevolence. Roar. The golden dragon soared into the sky and waved its huge dragon claws, instantly hitting the yin-yang sword formation. It actually made the yin-yang sword formation retreat hundreds of steps. The yin-yang pattern above the yin-yang sword formation became much dimmer. What a terrifying soul of a real dragon! Zhuowen whispered in shock and anger. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and hurriedly stopped the yin-yang sword formation that was retreating. Countless cold lights shot out and the sword formation once again surrounded his body. Elder Lu Li's 9 serpents' downfall is already very terrifying. The soul of a real dragon produced by transforming a serpent into a real dragon is even more terrifying. Zhuowen is in for it. Looking at the huge golden dragon that soared into the sky, everyone in the square was moved. Obviously, the power of the soul of a real dragon that suddenly appeared was beyond their expectations. Soul of a real dragon? Huh, the heavens are really helping this dragon lord. This Elder Lu Li is really interesting. He actually spent a lot of mental energy to transform a serpent into a soul of a real dragon. Haha. Just as Zhuowen stared at the soul of a real dragon in front of him with a grave expression, Xiao Hei's wretched voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This thing is useful to you? Zhuowen asked with a strange expression. Nonsense. This dragon lord is a noble member of the dragon clan. Although the soul of a real dragon is of low quality, it is a great supplement for this dragon lord. Last time I met a beast spirit, and now I've met the soul of a real dragon. This dragon lord is really lucky during this period. Xiao Hei laughed. You can swallow the soul of a real dragon? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Of course. This low-quality dragon can't be compared to this dragon lord. Watch how I deal with it. Chapter 728. Elder Xiyuan looking at the real dragon's soul in the sky, Elder Lu Li's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. The real dragon transformed from a serpent dragon was definitely much more powerful than the 9 serpents' soul. Even if there was only one real dragon, it was still much more powerful than the 9 serpents' soul. Zhuowen, you're dead meat this time. Staring at Zhuowen, Elder Lu Li's eyes were filled with viciousness. Not only had Zhuowen disrespected him, but he had also killed his son. If he did not get rid of him, he would not be able to rest easy. Everyone in the square shook their heads and sighed. They knew how powerful the real dragon's soul was. Zhuowen would not be able to contend against it, even if the latter was a complete grade 5 Arcana master. Roar! In the sky, the real dragon's soul stared at Zhuowen indifferently. With a roar, it charged toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen, who was floating in front of the real dragon's soul, stood quietly without any movement. His eyelids were slightly lowered as if he did not care about the real dragon's soul that was charging toward him. Is Zhuowen courting death? Looking at the indifferent Zhuowen, everyone in the square was puzzled. Although the real dragon's soul was powerful, it was not to the extent that it would be so frightened that it did not dare to move, right? Ha! Is he really a coward? Is he scared just like that? Elder Lu Li's face was filled with mockery as he sneered. Roar! Just as everyone thought that Zhuowen was about to be devoured by the real dragon's soul, a ray of black light suddenly shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and charged toward the real dragon's soul. Following that, a shrill scream suddenly rang out in the sky. Everyone looked up and was shocked to find that the real dragon's soul, which was originally imposing, had suddenly stopped moving. Following that, it started to roll violently in the sky. It looked as if it was in extreme pain. If someone were to observe carefully, they would discover that the surface of the true dragon's soul was covered in dense ink-black threads. These threads were very thin and dense, making them difficult to detect. Furthermore, the fine black lines continued to expand, as if they were absorbing the power of the true dragon's soul and expanding continuously. What's going on? Why is the true dragon's soul suddenly rolling? Elder Lu Li's face stiffened as he stared gloomily at the true dragon's soul that was constantly rolling and howling. When he wanted to control the true dragon's soul, he had been blocked by a mysterious power. Could this energy have been released by Zhuowen? Raising her head, Elder Lu Li's gaze finally landed on the young man who was floating in midair with his eyelids slightly drooping. Just now, when the true dragon's soul was about to devour Zhuowen, such a strange situation suddenly happened. Elder Lu Li did not believe that such a thing happening to the true dragon's soul had nothing to do with Zhuowen. Zhuowen! What did you do to the true dragon's soul? Elder Lu Li could not help but roar. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Elder Lu Li and said indifferently, "If you want to know, then come up and see for yourself." As soon as he said that, Elder Lu Li fell silent. Her gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, but she did not dare to go up. The true dragon's soul was so powerful, but such a strange situation had occurred. How could she dare to go up? What? You don't dare. What a coward. What's the difference between you and that trash, Yanhua? You don't even dare to come up. You're indeed the second elder of the Arcane Guild. Zhuowen's mocking words rolled over from the sky, causing Elder Lu Li's expression to turn extremely ugly. Everyone in the square stared at Elder Lu Li with strange gazes. They did not expect Elder Lu Li to be afraid. What surprised them even more was the true dragon's soul that was constantly rolling in the sky. Now, even a fool could see that the true dragon's soul's abnormality was definitely related to Zhuowen. Roar! Suddenly, the true dragon's soul roared to the sky. Then, its golden body was shrouded by countless ink-black mist and was instantly corroded. Even its corpse did not exist. The ink-black mist rolled in the void, then turned into a ray of black light and re-entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Henceforth, the true dragon's soul had completely fallen in front of Zhuowen. The true dragon's soul was killed just like that. Everyone in the square still felt that it was unreal. They really could not imagine that the true dragon's soul, which was so imposing just a moment ago, was killed so easily. It was really a big surprise. Xiao He. How was it? As soon as Xiao He returned to the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen hurriedly asked. Ha! I'm so full. The energy of this true dragon soul is more abundant than that of the beast spirit. It has replenished this dragon lord's origin. Xiao He chuckled. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He's expression was so excited. It was likely that he had obtained quite a lot of benefits. Now, it's time to settle the old score with Elder Lu Li. As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Elder Lu Li, who was already in a daze. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile. With the true dragon soul destroyed, Elder Lu Li seemed to have lost his soul. There was even a trace of regret in his eyes. He also did not expect that the young man in front of him, who he had not taken seriously at the beginning, would actually have such terrifying strength. If he had chosen to let Yanhua cut off one of his arms, perhaps these unbearable things would not have happened. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived in front of Elder Lu Li. Terrifying mental energy poured out, and the infinite sword formation surrounding him immediately turned into rays of cold light that shot towards Elder Lu Li. Damn it! Elder Lu Li's expression changed drastically when he saw the countless rays of cold light rushing over. With a shake of his sleeve, terrifying mental energy gushed out and formed a mental energy wall that was several feet thick in front of him. Ding ding ding! Crisp sounds rang out, followed by countless rays of cold light landing on the mental energy wall. For a moment, there was a deadlock. Zhuowen. I'm the second elder of the Arcane Guild. You dare to kill me? Elder Luli furiously shouted. Old dog. Who was the one who said that I'm dead for sure and wanted to kill me? Now that you know that you're not my match, you actually dare to ask such an idiotic question. Is there something wrong with your head? Zhuowen's voice was incomparably sinister. This Elder Luli was really laughable. Just now, he said that he wanted to kill Zhuowen, but now he asked such a question. Anyone could tell that Elder Luli was afraid. Zhuowen's words caused Elder Luli's expression to darken. He coldly said, Then what do you want to let me go? You're now the 10th elder of the Arcane Guild. Don't tell me you want to go against your superiors. Old dog. Did I say that I accept the position of the 10th elder? You're too naive. I'll quote what you said just now. Today, you're dead for sure. With that, Zhuowen formed a sword seal. Instantly, a yin-yang pattern appeared above the ultimate sword formation, and the ultimate sword formation also split into two extremes of yin-yang. Yin-yang style. With a low roar, the ultimate sword formation turned into a yin-yang sword formation, and its power increased by dozens of times. Crack. The mental energy wall in front of Elder Luli instantly crumbled inch by inch and turned into dust. Then, under Elder Luli's desperate gaze, the yin-yang sword formation suddenly descended and completely penetrated him. Pfft! A large amount of blood gushed out from Elder Luli's Tianling acupoint. Elder Luli roared towards the sky and fell straight to the ground. She couldn't be more dead. Hiss hiss hiss. Looking at Elder Luli who was completely dead, the surrounding people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The honorable second elder of the Arcane Guild died in front of them just like that. Moreover, he died so tragically. You killed Elder Brother Luli. On the high platform, the other 7 elders stood up one after another. Their gazes were focused on Zhuowen, and their faces were filled with shock and anger. Zhuowen's actions were too fast. So fast that even they couldn't save Elder Luli before he died. Why? You want to avenge him? Slowly turning around, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 7 elders on the high platform. His voice was flat and cold. As soon as he said that, the 7 elders' faces turned cold. None of them dared to utter a word. Elder Luli was the strongest elder among them. Even Elder Luli had died in the hands of Zhuowen. Needless to say, they were definitely no match for him. Now, it wasn't worth offending Zhuowen for the dead Elder Luli. Seeing how Zhuowen's words stunned the 7 elders, the crowd in the square looked at Zhuowen with a different gaze. From the original indifference, it became passionate and worshipful. The young man in front of them was no more than 20 years old. Not only did he break through the fire wall of 10 punches, but he also broke Master Yan Hua's arm in front of everyone without any scruples. What was even more terrifying was that even the second elder of the Arcane Guild, Elder Luli, had died in his hands. Now, he even stunned the 7 elders with a single sentence. How awe-inspiring was that? In the middle of the square, the tall and straight figure would probably be deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound broke through the air. It swept out from the flaming building in the depths of Baiyang town. In an instant, it reached the square and landed in the middle. This person was dressed in a white robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. His beard and beard were all white. At the same time, he held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had a sage-like demeanor. Especially his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's, made it difficult for Zhuowen to look straight at him. Luli was killed. After the white-robed elder landed in the square, his gaze immediately focused on the dead body of Elder Luli. He spoke unhurriedly. Reporting to Elder Xiuan, Brother Liuli was killed by that arrogant brat. Not only did he kill Luli, but he also killed the most talented Yan Hua. The 8th elder hurriedly stood up and said respectfully. The other 6 elders lowered their heads and looked extremely respectful. The person in front of them was Elder Xiuan, the founder of the Arcane Guild. His strength was unfathomable. Oh! Was it this kid who killed him? The white-robed elder suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away, with a faint smile. The corners of his mouth squirmed as he said, "Little friend. It seems that our luck is really good. We actually meet again." At that moment, Zhuowen finally saw the true face of the white-robed elder. His pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "It's you. I didn't expect you to be Elder Xiuan of the Arcane Guild." The strange conversation between Zhuowen and Elder Xiuan immediately caused many people around them to be surprised. They did not expect the mysterious Elder Xiuan to know this mysterious young man. Chapter 729. Nine-colored refining flame. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the elder in the white robe. He was familiar with the elder as he was the mysterious elder who had appeared in the tattered cloth. Back then, Zhuowen's fire-melting skill was given to him by the elder. The elder in the white robe had done him a favor. "Why? Don't you recognize me?" The elder in the white robe smiled faintly. "Why would I? The fire-fusing art that Senior gave me back then was very helpful to me. I have always remembered Senior's kindness in my heart," Zhuowen said respectfully. The elder in the white robe before him was extremely powerful. Back then, even Xiao He was wary of him. Hence, Zhuowen did not dare to treat him lightly. Elder Xiuan was not Elder Lu Li. He was someone who could match up to Emperor Qing. He could probably suppress Zhuowen with a flip of his hand. That is not a favor. At most, it is a deal. The myriad yen scripture that you gave me has helped me a lot. Speaking of which, I owe you a favor. Elder Xiuan waved his hand and smiled. Zhuowen nodded. Back then, Elder Xiuan's expression when he sensed the myriad yen scripture on him was still vivid in Zhuowen's mind. Apparently, the myriad yen scripture was extremely important to Elder Xiuan. "Elder Xiuan, this man is treacherous. He killed Elder Lu Li. You must not let him off." Seeing that Elder Xiuan and Zhuowen were chatting, the eighth elder felt that something was amiss. He quickly pointed out the cause of Elder Lu Li's death and hoped that Elder Xiuan would punish Zhuowen. "I am not blind. Do I need you to remind me?" Suddenly, Elder Xiuan slowly turned his head and stared coldly at the eighth elder. His voice gradually became cold. The eighth elder's gaze turned cold. He smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to speak anymore. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Elder Xiuan and Zhuowen knew each other and they seemed to have a good relationship. If Elder Xiuan wanted to punish Zhuowen, he would have done so long ago. He would not have chatted with Zhuowen for such a long time. However, the eighth elder insisted on bumping into the muzzle of the gun. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? "Senior, this Elder Lu Li," Zhuowen's gaze landed on Elder Glaze's corpse, and he was a little hesitant. After all, Elder Glaze was the second elder of the Arcane Guild, and her status was not low. It was indeed a little inappropriate for him to kill Elder Glaze. "Ha! So be it. You're stronger than him. You'll be the second elder of the Arcane Guild in the future," Elder Xiuan said nonchalantly. Such a nonchalant attitude immediately caused the surrounding people to tremble. Even the expressions of the other 7 elders changed slightly. However, no one refuted. Elder Xiuan was the founder of the Arcane Guild and his strength was far beyond the other elders. He held the power of life and death in the Arcane Guild. They had no right to refute Elder Xiuan. Moreover, as soon as Elder Lu Li died, Elder Shi Yuan immediately handed over the position of second elder to the young man in front of him. It was obvious that Elder Shi Yuan valued the young man in front of him. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in the position of an elder in the Arcane Guild. I'm only participating in the elder selection for the art of transcension. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Oh. I see. I can give it to you, but you need to come with me to the guild headquarters. I have something to show you. Elder Shi Yuan nodded. Zhuowen nodded, and the two entered the headquarters of the Arcane Guild under the envious gazes of the crowd. The space in the Arcane Guild was very large, and there was a terrifying flow of people inside. They were all arcanists wearing long robes. When the arcanists saw Elder Shi Yuan coming in, they all lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. They did not dare to slight Elder Shi Yuan. Passing through the crowd, the two went through a rather dark and narrow tunnel until they reached the deepest part of the Arcane Guild. There was a sealed room in the deepest part of the Arcane Guild. The door of the room was made of black iron. Even if Zhuowen wanted to open it with brute force, it was unlikely that he could do it. Looking at the sealed room in front of him and the grave expression on Elder Shi Yuan's face, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of doubt. He could not understand why Elder Shi Yuan had brought him to a sealed room. Elder Shi Yuan stepped in front of the door and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, the door made of black iron emitted a rather dazzling light, and then the door opened automatically. A terrifying temperature suddenly burst out from the room. Zhuowen was shocked to find that there was an endless sea of fire in the room. Moreover, the endless sea of fire had 9 colors. It was the 9-colored refining flame. However, the 9-colored refining flame was bound by the black iron chains and could not break free. Elder, this is the 9-colored refining flame? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. Yes. It is indeed the 9-colored refining flame. Unfortunately, the 9-colored refining flame is not complete, and its power is far from the level of the heavenly fire. Elder Shi Yuan's eyes flickered as he sighed. Not complete? Zhuowen was puzzled. You have also practiced the fire melting technique. Logically speaking, by combining 9 types of earth fire, you can create the legendary heavenly fire. However, it is not that simple. 9 is an extreme number. It is a number that has reached the limit. Combining 8 types of earth fire is actually not difficult for me. However, once the number of earth fire reached 9 types, the 9-colored refining flame that was formed went berserk. Speaking of this, Elder Shi Yuan's mouth revealed a touch of bitterness. He did not expect the 9-colored refining flame to go berserk unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. His gaze converged on the ceiling of the room, where the 9-colored refining flame was bound by countless black iron chains. He could feel the violence in the 9-colored refining flame. If the 9-colored refining flame were to break free from the black iron chains, the power that would erupt would destroy the entire Arcane Guild. Elder. What do you mean? Zhuowen vaguely guessed Elder Shi Yuan's intention. Young friend, you have also practiced the myriad evolution scripture. Your mental strength is huge, far exceeding that of an ordinary complete grade 5 arcanist. The 9-colored refining flame is very strange. As time goes by, it will continue to grow stronger. Moreover, I can clearly feel that the 9-colored refining flame is gradually developing spiritual intelligence. I am afraid that not long after, the flame is likely to break the seal. When that time comes, the entire Baiyang town will be plunged into misery and suffering. Speaking of this, Elder Shi Yuan revealed a bitter smile. Back then, when he was in high spirits, he had merged the 9-colored refining flame. He originally thought that it would greatly increase his strength. However, he did not expect to create such a disaster. Spiritual intelligence. Zhuowen was shocked. He did not expect the 9-colored refining flame to develop spiritual intelligence. This was indeed a sign of the heavenly fire. Elder, what do you want me to do? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Elder Shi Yuan waved his sleeve and a translucent palm-sized octahedral crystal quietly floated above his palm. This is the mysterious ice soul. It has a terrifying coldine power. Although it is far from being able to withstand the power of the nine-colored refining flame, with our mental strength, we should be able to suppress the nine-colored refining flame with the help of this mysterious ice soul. Later on, I will be setting up a grade 6 origin formation, the Extreme Mysterious Array. This mysterious ice soul will be the array core of the Extreme Mysterious Array. Once it is set up successfully, the nine-colored refining flame will be suppressed forever and will not be able to do anything. Speaking of this, Elder Shi Yuan's face was extremely solemn. He continued, however, the nine-colored refining flame already has some spiritual intelligence. It can feel the threat of the Extreme Mysterious Array. Therefore, when I am setting up the array, it will definitely attack. So, you plan to help you withstand the attack of the nine-colored refining flame when you are setting up the Extreme Mysterious Array? Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. The nine-colored refining flame was extremely terrifying. Although it did not become a heavenly flame due to the failure of the fusion, its power was much more terrifying than his seven-colored phoenix. It would be difficult for Zhuowen to withstand it. Little friend, you don't have to worry too much. Although the nine-colored refining flame is powerful, most of its power has been sealed by the black iron chain. It can only release a portion of its power. If you take action, you should be able to withstand it. Elder Shi Yuan explained. Even so, the risk is still not small. After all, this is the nine-colored refining flame. Although there's nothing wrong with me helping you, senior, you should take out something practical, Zhuowen said with a frown. Zhuowen could not help Elder Shi Yuan for nothing. After all, Elder Shi Yuan was not someone he knew and he could not be so selfless. Little friend, don't worry. If you can help me set up the Extreme Mysterious Array, I will give you the secret spiritual skill, the Transcendent Realm skill. I will also pass on my experience of failing to merge the nine-colored refining flame to you. What do you think? When Elder Shi Yuan said that, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He could get the Transcendent Realm skill. However, he was more interested in Elder Shi Yuan's experience of failing to merge the nine-colored refining flame. From Elder Shi Yuan, it was not difficult to merge the nine-colored refining flame. However, once the 9 earthly flames were gathered, it would be extremely difficult to merge the heavenly flame into one. Elder Shi Yuan was a terrifying rank 6 Arcana Master. If such a person had failed to merge the 9 earthly flames, it showed how difficult it would be to merge the heavenly flame. If Zhuowen could get Elder Shi Yuan's experience of failing to merge the heavenly flame, it would be easier for him to merge the heavenly flame when he gathered the 9 earthly flames. Little friend. What do you think? Elder Shi Yuan asked with a smile when he saw the interest in Zhuowen's eyes. I agree. I hope that you can pass on all your experiences to me. Don't generalize. Zhuowen nodded. Don't worry. I will do what I say. I will not play any tricks. Since you have agreed, let's begin. Elder Shi Yuan nodded his head and took a step forward. A terrifying flaming aura swept towards Elder Shi Yuan like a hurricane. Elder Shi Yuan snorted. His terrifying mental strength swept out and shattered the flame qi around him. Zhuowen followed closely behind Elder Shi Yuan. Little fellow. When I set up the Extreme Mysterious Array later, I won't be able to take care of myself. Moreover, the 9-colored refining flame will also stop me. Therefore, you must protect me well, Elder Shi Yuan instructed solemnly as he came to the center of the room. Chapter 730. Extreme Mystic Formation. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Elder Shi Yuan turned around and stared at the black ice soul in his hand with a grave expression. With a shake of his sleeve, 7 translucent primal crystals flew out from Elder Shi Yuan's sleeve. They were like stars, revolving around the ice soul. Heaven and earth profound ice, 7-star chilling soul. Give me the extreme concentration array. Elder Shi Yuan bellowed and a surge of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwen palace. Instantly, the 7 primal crystals that were originally revolving around the ice soul gave off a dazzling light. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the 7 crystals stopped spinning. Instead, with the mysterious ice soul as the center, they formed the Big Dipper and arranged themselves in an orderly manner. A soul-stirring coldness burst out of the profound ice frost soul at the center and turned into countless blue tentacles that connected the 7 origin crystals. Boom! At the moment of connection, a surge of blue cold air slowly swept out from the 7 origin crystals, and the amount was increasing, almost turning the surroundings into a cloud of blue fog. Moreover, this strange blue mist was still growing, and its range was constantly expanding. Rumble! The moment the blue mist appeared, the 9 colored flames that were trapped by the black iron chains in the sky suddenly surged violently. Terrifying 9 colored flames gushed out from the gaps between the chains and headed toward the extreme mystic formation that was brewing below. The 9 colored refining flame felt threatened by the extreme mystic formation below. It would not allow such a threatening thing to appear here, as it would make it feel very uneasy. Zhuowen. It will take at least an hour to fully activate the extreme mystic array. Help me buy some time. Elder Xiuan shouted without turning his head. He formed another seal with both hands. The blue mist in the extreme mystic array became denser and the speed at which it spread was much faster than before. Zhuowen nodded, and a 10-feet-long bone spear appeared in his hand. Then, he shook his right hand, and unleashed a terrifying spear intention. Countless tadpole-like spear shadows flashed out, and swept upwards layer by layer. Rumble! Countless wisps of flames that seeped out from the gaps of the chains were completely extinguished under the power of Zhuowen's spear intent. Perhaps the 9-colored refining flame felt that its attack had been blocked, but it was enraged. It struggled violently, causing the chains to shake unsteadily. Swoosh! 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 Wisps of terrifying flames swept out, and they turned into 9-colored flaming tentacles. These flaming tentacles were a few dozen feet long, and they looked extremely terrifying. Zhuowen's gaze became extremely grave as he looked at the flaming tentacles in the sky. This was a 9-colored refining flame. Its might was so terrifying that even he was extremely fearful of it. His right hand shook once again, and countless spear shadows swept out once again, and bombarded the flame tentacles above. Bang! 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 Bang swoosh! 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 Nirvana of the Great Sun, Annihilation. With a low roar, Zhuowen's body was covered in golden light. A terrifying golden giant with 2 heads and 2 arms walked out from the spatial crack. It looked like a god and a demon, and it swept toward the countless flaming tentacles. Boom! 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 The golden giant's body was extremely terrifying. It stood in front of Zhuowen and blocked the countless flaming tentacles. Although it was barely able to block them, it still managed to hold on. As time passed, the extreme mysterious array that Elder Xiuan had set up grew stronger. The blue mist had almost covered 2/3 of the room. Perhaps the 9-colored refining flame had sensed the great threat of the extreme mysterious array, so it finally roared. Its voice was filled with rage. The countless flaming tentacles in the sky suddenly joined together, forming a huge flaming vine that was hundreds of feet long. It almost covered the entire room. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying flaming vine whipped the golden giant. Zhuowen's pupils shrank when he saw that the indestructible golden giant had been smashed into countless golden lights. What a terrifying attack! Zhuowen whispered with an ugly expression. Swoosh! As soon as the golden giant was smashed, the huge flaming vine swept toward Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He quickly summoned the infinite sword array and used the yin-yang form. Suddenly, a yin-yang limitless pattern appeared above the sword array. The pattern rotated at a high speed and divided into two extremes. Boom! The flaming vine arrived in an instant and whipped the yin-yang sword array. The powerful force caused the yin-yang sword array to tremble violently and let out a mournful cry. Swoosh! A mouthful of blood leaked from the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. The flaming vines were terrifying. Just a single whip was enough to injure him, who was within the sword formation. Bang! 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 The flaming vine whipped out again when it missed its target. Endless flaming whips appeared in the air and whipped the yin-yang sword array continuously. With every whip, Zhuowen took a step back. He had taken almost 15 steps back, but the flaming vine did not give up. Senior. Is the ultimate mystic array not ready yet? Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuowen looked at the flaming vines that were flying towards him once again. His heart trembled in shock. The flaming vines were too terrifying. If he were to receive another attack, he would be seriously injured. It's done. Elder Xiuan suddenly shouted and shook his sleeve. Suddenly, the ultimate mystic array, which was in the shape of the Big Dipper array, was lifted and swept upward. Cold air surged out and almost froze the air. As soon as Elder Xiuan finished his words, Zhuowen spread out his 3 pairs of thunder wings and avoided the flaming vine that was sweeping toward him again. He stood behind Elder Xiuan. The current him no longer dared to face the flame vine. This thing was simply too terrifying. He simply couldn't bear it. Boom! Endless blue mist gushed out and almost froze the air. The ultimate mystic array slowly swept toward the 9-colored refining flame on the chain. The 9-colored refining flame finally felt restless. The ultimate mystic array that was sweeping toward it made it uncomfortable. Swoosh! The flaming vine violently lashed out, trying to destroy the ultimate mystic array that was sweeping toward it. Unfortunately, the moment the flaming vine came into contact with the blue mist, it was frozen into a blue ice sculpture and shattered into countless ice shards. In an instant, the ultimate mystic array arrived above the chain. The 7 profound crystals revolved around the chain and the mysterious ice-cold soul drilled into the 9-colored refining flame in the chain with a swoosh. Sizzle! Sizzle! A soft sound rang out, and then Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the terrifying and surging 9-colored flames were actually gradually extinguishing and shrinking. In the end, it transformed into a thumb-sized candlelight that seemed extremely inconspicuous. Ha! Finally, the 9-colored refining flame has been completely sealed. In the future, the 9-colored refining flame will not be able to escape from the ultimate mystic array. Elder Xiuan smiled excitedly. In order to completely seal the 9-colored refining flame, he had tried for many years. Today, his wish had finally come true. Little friend Zhuowen, it's all thanks to you this time. If not for your help, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to seal the terrifying 9-colored refining flame. Elder Xiuan turned his head and looked at Zhuowen with a smile. He was quite excited. It's all thanks to you that I was able to seal the 9-colored refining flame. I only did a little bit of my strength, Zhuowen said humbly. You're too modest. This is the transcendent art. It can increase the chances of a breakthrough. With that, Elder Xiuan flicked his finger and the scroll slowly appeared in Zhuowen's palm. It was glowing and there were 3 small words written on the scroll. It was the transcendent art. After receiving the transcendent art, Zhuowen's face lit up. This secret spiritual skill would be of great help to him in breaking through to grade 6. Little friend, the transcendent art is only useful for arcana masters below grade 6. Once your cultivation reaches grade 6, this secret spiritual skill will become useless, Elder Xiuan suddenly said. When Zhuowen heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he nodded his head with a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Originally, he had thought that the transcendent art could be used all the time. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. However, Zhuowen was satisfied that it could help him break through to grade 6. After all, grade 6 arcana masters were extremely powerful and rare. In the entire Qing Xian Empire, perhaps only Elder Xiuan had reached such a level. Elder. What about the experience of fusing the 9-colored refining flame? Zhuowen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Don't worry. I won't forget it either. Elder Xiuan raised his eyebrows. His right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at Zhuowen's forehead. Suddenly, a stream of information was transmitted from Elder Xiuan's finger to Zhuowen's mind. After browsing through it, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the information contained all of Elder Xiuan's experience of fusing the 9-colored refining flames. It even pointed out in great detail why he had failed. However, as Zhuowen browsed through it, his eyebrows knitted together tightly. This was because the information said that in order to successfully fuse the 9-colored earth fire and transform into a real heavenly fire, one must have something. That thing was called the thousandfold fossil. It was a strange stone that could turn something rotten into something magical. If the thousandfold fossil was used to fuse the earth fire, it would definitely transform into a heavenly fire. Thousandfold fossil. Zhuowen muttered softly and knitted his eyebrows. He had never heard of the thousandfold fossil. How could he find it? Elder, this thousandfold fossil. Zhuowen raised his head and could not help but ask Elder Xiuan. Elder Xiuan shook his head and said, the thousandfold fossil has not been seen since 10,000 years ago. To find this stone is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, I know that the chief arcana master of the arcana faction in Fine Theology College has clues about the thousandfold fossil. The chief arcana master of the arcana faction in Fine Theology College. Chapter 731. The newly appointed second elder, the head arcana master of Fine Gods Academy, is called Mu Feng. He's an extremely stubborn old man. Back then, I went to Fine Gods Academy to ask about the thousandfold fossil, but I was chased out by that old man. Speaking of this, Elder Xiuan's face turned pale. It was obvious that he had been bullied back then. Mu Feng. Muttering softly, Zhuowen remembered this name. When he entered Fine Gods College in the future, he would definitely get clues about the thousandfold fossil from this person. Young man, you actually have a rank 5 primordial array like the Greater Infinite Sword Formation? I remember that this primordial array was incomplete. Just now, I saw that your sword formation was complete. Could it be that you repaired it? Elder Shi Yuan stared at the greater limitless sword formation around Zhuowen with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Nodding his head, Zhuowen smiled and said, this is also a coincidence. I found an incomplete sword formation in the greater infinite sword formation and repaired it completely. Little friend, it seems that your luck is not shallow. You were actually able to find an incomplete small sword formation. Elder Xiuan nodded his head and did not continue to ask. After all, everyone had their secrets and he naturally would not get to the bottom of it. There are a total of 5 sword moves in the Greater Infinite Sword Formation. May I know how many moves you have mastered? Elder Xiuan suddenly asked. Zhuowen's eyes flickered and he replied, the first 2 moves are the blood-weeping move and the yin-yang move. Although Zhuowen's mental strength had reached rank 5 great completion and it was not a big problem for him to comprehend the 5 moves of the Greater Infinite Sword Formation, he had just reached it not long ago and had not completely comprehended it. It would take a lot of time to completely comprehend it. As for the last 3 moves, I have some insights. I will pass them to you as a reward for helping me seal the 9-colored refining flame. With that, Elder Shi Yuan flicked his finger and a white light shot out from the tip of his finger and entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Immediately, a stream of information flashed through Zhuowen's mind. It was all about the sword moves in the infinite sword formation. After roughly browsing through the information in his sea of consciousness, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with joy. With the detailed explanation of these sword moves, Zhuowen could quickly grasp the last 3 sword moves of the greater limitless sword formation. Young friend, I've never seen such a high level of mental strength in my entire life. Why don't you stay in the Arcane Guild and become the second elder? Elder Xiuan once again invited Zhuowen to become an elder. Zhuowen was young, but he had the terrifying mind strength of a rank 5 great completion. His future was limitless. Elder Xiuan really loved talent and did not want to let him go. Hearing that, Zhuowen's face showed a trace of hesitation. Becoming the second elder of the Arcane Guild was naturally beneficial to him, but he was afraid that this identity would restrict him too much. He did not like this kind of restriction. Young friend, you don't have to worry. The Arcane Guild will not restrict your movements. You're just a nominal second elder. I won't interfere with where you want to go, Elder Shi Yuan said in a serious tone. Oh. Won't interfere with me? Zhuowen's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Elder Shi Yuan was really generous. Not only did he let him become the second elder of the Arcane Guild, but he also did not restrict his movements and allowed him to go in and out freely. This was simply a great thing that fell from the sky. How about it? You should agree to it now, right? Elder Shi Yuan said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. If that's the case, I'll take the liberty to agree. Thank you, Elder Shi Yuan. You don't have to thank me. You're so talented, you'll definitely surpass me one day. If I don't keep a genius like you, I'll really be blind in my old age. Elder Shi Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, he said seriously, although I won't interfere with your movements, you're still the second elder of the Arcane Guild. If Baiyang Town is in trouble, you can't sit back and do nothing. Of course. Zhuowen nodded. This is the elder's token. Take it first. Elder Shi Yuan shook his sleeve and suddenly a black token appeared in Zhuowen's palm. The word 2 was engraved on the surface of the token, which should represent the ranking of the elders. This token has a communication function. Any elder who is in trouble will use this communication function to send a distress message to other elders. If you're in trouble in the future, you can use the communication function of the token. I'll go over personally when the time comes, Elder Shi Yuan said with a smile. Oh. There's a communication function. Zhuowen stared at the token in his hand in amazement. Zhuowen chatted with Elder Shi Yuan for a while more before he bade farewell and left Baiyang Town. The Green Emperor ranking battle was about to begin. Zhuowen needed to prepare well. His goal this time was to be in the top 5 of the Green Emperor ranking battle. Outside the square, Elder Shi Yuan silently looked at the figure in the distance. Soon after, he said to the crowd in the square in a clear voice, Elder Lu Li was killed by Zhuowen because she was not as skilled as him. From now on, the second elder of the Arcane Guild is no longer Lu Li but Zhuowen. Do you all understand? As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the square was in an uproar. They did not expect Elder Shi Yuan to actually bestow the position of the second elder to the young Zhuowen. It seemed a little ridiculous. However, when they recalled that Zhuowen could even kill Elder Lu Li, the position of the second elder was worthy of his name. The other 7 elders looked at each other and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. It seemed like Elder Lu Li's death was too unjust. After returning to the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen directly returned to his room. There was only a month left until the ranking battle. Although it would be difficult for Zhuowen to raise his cultivation again. However, this time, Zhuowen had the detailed explanation of the sword moves of the infinite sword formation that Elder Shi Yuan had given him. He would be able to grasp the last 3 sword moves of the infinite sword formation in a final period of time. This way, Zhuowen would be much more confident in the ranking battle. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. A month had quietly passed. The rising sun slowly rose into the sky and a ray of golden light scattered in the imperial city. The originally deserted streets were extremely lively today. The wide streets were bustling with people like dragons. At a glance, it was basically a sea of people. Everyone's eyes were filled with passion and anticipation. The stream of people was like a huge dragon as they continuously flowed towards the imperial city at the heart of the imperial city. Today was the day of the Azure Emperor ranking battle. The 100 geniuses who had emerged from the Peach Blossom origin painting would have a real battle to determine the rankings of the Azure Emperor ranking. This was a true gathering of geniuses, an intense battle that was highly anticipated by everyone. Within the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian led Zhuowen, Luo Xing, Lve Tao and the rest towards the imperial city. They were also looking forward to the ranking battle. Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian had high hopes for Zhuowen. After all, with Zhuowen's strength and talent, they believed that Zhuowen had a very high chance of entering the top 10 of the Azure Emperor ranking. If Zhuowen really entered the top 10 of the Azure Emperor ranking, he would break the record of the top 10 geniuses of the imperial city. Therefore, Lu Hantian and the rest had high hopes for Zhuowen. Lu Hantian and the rest were not slow. They entered the imperial city in half an hour. Due to their previous experience, they were familiar with the huge square in front of the throne room. The ranking battle was a grand event of the imperial city. With the Azure Emperor's permission, all the members of the imperial city who had some status in the imperial city were basically present. In just a moment, the square was filled with people. In the middle of the square, there were 10 huge stages made of green stones. They looked very intimidating. Lu Hantian led the 8 of them and slowly entered the square under the gazes of the crowd. They stopped at a resting area that was specially set up for the 100 geniuses of the 9 great provinces to rest. "Brother Lu, you guys came really early." A rather enthusiastic voice suddenly sounded. Lu Hantian and the rest turned their heads and saw an old man with sparkling eyes. He was leading a young man in white clothes towards them. This old man was the county lord of Lu Yen County, Qiu Changsheng. The one following him was the number 1 genius of Lu Yen County, Qiu Xiaoyun. In this 9 counties Great War, Lu Yen County was ranked 8th. They were ranked higher than Lu Yen County and had risen 1 place from the previous Great War. Such a result was actually quite good for Qiu Changsheng. Speaking of which, Qiu Changsheng had to thank Zhuowen. If it wasn't for Zhuowen eliminating so many geniuses of Lu Yen County might have been ranked last again. "Brother Qiu." Lu Nantian greeted him with a smile. "This time, your Mu Qin County is really in the limelight. Who would have thought that your county's ranking would soar to 2nd place? Especially your county's Zhuowen. This kid is definitely a hidden dragon." Saying so, Qiu Changsheng couldn't help but look at Zhuowen who was behind Lu Nantian. His eyes were filled with envy as he secretly sighed in his heart. Why didn't their Lu Yen County have such a peerless genius? Brother Qiu is too kind. Although Lu Nantian's words were modest, the corners of his mouth were full of smiles. In a certain area of the square, a rather wide palanquin was parked. The veil in front of the palanquin was gently lifted and 2 beautiful figures slowly walked out. The 2 beautiful figures were both young women. One of the women had an ordinary appearance and was not eye-catching at all. Her figure was even curvaceous, causing one to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. The other woman was so beautiful that she could captivate birds and beasts. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Many people stared at this woman with infatuation. If Zhuowen noticed this, he would definitely recognize these 2 women. Weren't they Jing Yun and Huangfu Zixia whom he had met in the inspection treasure hall? At this moment, Huangfu Zixia also noticed Zhuowen who was behind Lu Hantian. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she said with a complicated expression, "I never thought that the guy we didn't pay attention to back then would actually be such a genius." The two women had naturally heard of Zhuowen's achievements. Therefore, when they looked at Zhuowen, their gazes contained traces of complicated emotions. This Zhuowen has been in the limelight recently. However, it is said that this kid was beaten to a pulp by His Highness the Second Prince in the Peach Blossom origin diagram. If he meets His Highness the Second Prince in this ranking competition, this kid will definitely lose. Standing at the side, Huangfu Zixia crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with some disdain. Back then, Zhuowen had not given her any face at all. Even now, she was still brooding about it. Therefore, her attitude towards Zhuowen was naturally not good. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.